Testing? Testing? Okay, great. Mic works. Let's see. Ireland whiskey drinker is about to start the stream. Yes, I am from Ireland. I don't drink whiskey. And yes, the stream has started. Patrick Star from SpongeBob. What? Okay, so before we launch the game, I should read the manual. Let's see. So I think it said you take when you're doing reading for long periods of time, you take a break. That's from like 5 to 15 minutes every 25 minutes. So 5 minutes is 4:15. Okay. All right, I don't think I need to read these pages. Just the history and lore that I need to read, really. Okay, so copyright, whatever. Table of contents. Getting started. We'll skip that. Troubleshooting. Getting started. Okay, PC, Mac, technical support, multiplayer games, game tutorial, hotkeys, resources, Terran. So there are the humans. History, overview, units, buildings, factions. Zerg, history, overview, units, structures, broods. Protoss, history, overview, units, buildings, tribes. And roster of heroes and credits. Okay. Yep. Skip all that. Here we go. Terran. Oh my goodness, this is going to take a while. I should also write down the color of each faction. I'll do that. Okay. StarCraft, Terran history. The decline of Western civilization. Although technology and world culture progressed rapidly throughout the 20th century, their advancements paled in comparison to the seemingly reckless heaps that would follow. By the end of the 21st century, mankind had seen bold and unprecedented changes within the world. Radical new technologies were surfacing at incredible rates, offering increased access to advanced computers and informational databases to even the most destitute nations of Earth. In the wake of the eradication of communism from the eastern nations, nuclear weapons quickly became available in abundance. The international power structure, once defined primarily by the acquisition of capital and military superiority, was blasted apart as third world nations rose to challenge the economic and military might of the world superpowers. As the manipulative sciences of cybernetics, cloning, and gene splicing rose steadily into the public forum, militant humanist and hardline religious groups challenged the rights of private interest corporations who profited from genetic experimentation. Multitudes of people were being augmented with cybernetic implants, while others began to manifest slight physical mutations ranging from heightened senses to advanced telepathy. These dramatic changes within the human gene pool caused widespread panic amongst many of the fundamental humanist factions. Technology continued to evolve and spread, and population rates soared. Near the end of the 20th century, there were 6 billion people upon the earth. Within 300 years, the population had grown to an estimated 23 billion. Pollution and a lack of natural resources and affordable fuels added to the fire as world leaders sought ways to stem the growth of their nation's inhabitants. Popular sentiment held that the world was plummeting towards an inevitable catastrophe as overpopulation and genetic alteration swept across the globe. Meanwhile, as tensions rose around the world regarding the use and capitalization of cybernetics and genetic mutations, many core international economic systems folded in upon themselves and shut down. Horrific acts of terrorism and violence erupted between the corporate sector and the humanist factions, resulting in forced police actions across the globe. Irresponsible media coverage of these atrocious police actions spurred the already rampant civil chaos in many of the larger countries. Ultimately, the precarious balance of world power exploded into international pandemonium. The New Order. On November 22nd, 2229, the United Powers League was founded. The UPL was to become the ultimate incarnation of the vision of a unified humanity held by the now defunct United Nations. This new order encompassed and controlled close to 93% of the Earth's population, failing only to bring order to a few volatile South American states. The UPL was founded upon the basis of enlightened socialism, but often resorted to harsh fascist police actions to maintain the public order. With its control lasting for nearly 80 years, the UPL began to devise a rigid agenda that would unify the various cultures of humanity for all time. Great lengths were taken to eradicate the last vestiges of racial separatism, and the Unitariate Commissions banned many of the world's oldest religions. English was designated as the common tongue of the planet, replacing many ancient languages that were subsequently banned in their native countries. Although religions were officially banned by the UPL, the organisation held an almost zealous belief in the supposed divinity of mankind. This quasi-religious dogma called for the immediate eradication of any non-vital prosthetics or mutations amongst the pure strain human gene pool. Hardline UPL proponents and scholars argued that genetic alteration, cyber technology, and the use of psychoactive drugs all led to the eventual degeneration of the human species. The UPL leaders formulated a bold plan that would assure that humanity would persevere unscathed by the tempting corruption of radical technologies. The Great Purification. Like the bloody inquisitions that devastated Europe 800 years before, the UPL set in motion one of the harshest agendas ever conceived by humanity, Project Purification. This genocidal crusade was the government's final solution to the matter of cleansing humanity of its more degenerate facets. UPL troops scoured every nation on Earth, rounding up dissidents, hackers, synthetics, the cybernetically enhanced, tech pirates, and criminals of every kind. This planet-wide culling resulted in the eradication of nearly 400 million people. The world media, now under the strict control of the UPL, downplayed the horrific violence and kept the general populace of Earth unaware of the scope of the atrocities being committed. Despite their heinous acts, the UPL succeeded in advancing many core technologies. Fields of research that had lain dormant for decades were opened again under UPL control. The space exploration programs of the mid-20th century, abandoned by the American and Russian governments due to drastically reduced budgets and incessant political sabotage, became the basis for a new era of exploration for humanity. The coupling of cryogenic hibernation with warp drive technology resulted in the ability to travel amongst the stars. Within the span of 40 years, the UPL founded colonies upon the Moon and many of the other planets within the Terran solar system. During this period, a brilliant young scientist named Doran Ruth made plans to consolidate his power within the UPL. Uninvolved with the vulgarities of Project Purification, Ruth was obsessed with founding colonies upon the worlds found beyond the Terran sector. Ruth was convinced that the discovery of new minerals and alternate fuel sources on the outland worlds would make him one of the most influential men on Earth. Though his political connections and personal fortune, Ruth was able to secure thousands of UPL prisoners to use as guinea pigs for his secret plans. The prisoners, slated for mass execution under the edict of Project Purification, were transported to Ruth's private laboratories. Ruth, planning on sending the prisoners off to colonize the outland worlds, had his science crews prep nearly 56,000 people for long-term cryogenic hibernation, cataloging the various mutations and cybernetic enhancements of the prisoners. Ruth input all of the data into a revolutionary supercomputer. This artificial teleempathetic logistics analysis system, also known as Atlas, then processed the genetic information and was able to predict which of the prisoners should be able to survive the trial to come. Only 40,000 of the prisoners were deemed viable to survive the rigorous conditions. Those 40,000 were then loaded onto 4 gargantuan automated deep space supercarriers. As the prisoners were prepped for a cryogenic cold sleep, the ships were loaded with enough supplies, rations and hardware to aid them once they arrived at their scheduled destination. The navigation computer was then programmed with the coordinates of the outland planet Gantra 6. All seemed in perfect preparation, but even Ruth could not have imagined that the prisoners would be launched to their almost certain deaths in the galactic rim. The Exiles and the Long Sleep. The Atlas was installed into the first of the super carriers, the Naglfar. 3 other carriers, the Argo, the Sarango and the Reagan, were programmed to follow the Naglfar as it was launched into the void of space towards Gantra 6. Over the course of this journey, which later generations would call the Long Sleep, Atlas continued to monitor the humans kept in cryogenic stasis, evaluating the numerous mutations and enhancements found within the prisoners' gene pool. Atlas became aware of a powerful mutagenic strain that existed in some of their DNA. While this mutation was found to reside in less than 1% of the prisoners, it seemed to augment the latent psionic potential within the human brain. Atlas calculated that should the prisoners survive in their new environment, many of them might benefit from this psionic mutation within only a few generations. These findings were recorded and relayed back to Earth straight into the logs of Doran Ruth. Originally scheduled as a 1-year trip, their voyage took a turn for the worse. At some point during the journey, the navigational systems linked to Atlas shut down, erasing not only the coordinates of Gantra 6, but those of the Earth as well. The 4 ships, carrying their hapless cargo in stasis, barreled blindly through space at warp speeds for nearly 30 years. Eventually, the warp drive engines of the 4 supercarriers reached critical meltdown. After 28 years of warp travel, the huge ships emerged into real space near the edge of a habitable star system. some 60,000 light years from the Earth, their engines destroyed and their life support batteries nearly exhausted. The ships engaged their emergency protocols and plummeted towards the nearest habitable worlds in the system. The Reagan and the Sarango crash-landed on a world that would be named Umoja. The Sarango, which had suffered massive systems failures during its atmospheric descent, smashed into the planet, killing all of its 8,000 passengers. The Reagan was more fortunate, making a controlled descent and landing safely. Once the ship had landed, the cold sleep chambers were deactivated and the surviving passengers slowly awakened. The passengers, attempting to discern where they were and how long they had slept, found that the Atlas system had somehow erased all knowledge of their journey from their computer banks. The Argo landed upon the weird world of Moria. Its passengers met with the same fate as those aboard the Reagan. As all information regarding their current status was erased, only the passengers of the Naglfar could access their ship's computers to discern their plight. Okay, so the next sentence continues in the next page. So we'll take a look at this picture first. So we got, let's see, I think that's Terran, God of Thunder, Thunder God, Molnar, the rifle there. Okay, very cool. They accessed Atlas directly and confirmed their growing suspicions that they would never see the Earth again, for although they had landed on the temperate planet of Tarsonis, the Naglfar was damaged beyond repair. The surviving exiles, now spread across 3 worlds, began to salvage their wrecked ships in an attempt to find refuge in their new surroundings. The Confederacy and the New World. The inhabitants of each planet worked to survive in what they termed the New World, unaware that their fellows also thrived upon the other worlds in the system. The vagabond Terrans made do with whatever meagre resources they could find, having lost the means to communicate over interplanetary distances when their ships were stripped for essential materials. The Terrans lived in isolation for decades. In a relatively short amount of time, the 3 isolated groups of Terrans founded sister colonies upon their respective worlds, and although it would be at least 60 years before the 3 colonies would be reunited by space travel, each of them grew into prosperous, self-contained communities. Tarsonis, the largest and most technologically advanced of the colonies, soon developed second-generation subwarp engines. This allowed their ships to explore the myriad barren planets of the surrounding star system and eventually led them to find the other survivors of the long sleep. Once reunited, the 3 colonies benefited from mutual trade and commerce treaties. Although Tarsonis kept pushing Umoja and Moria to join in a conglomerated government, the 2 colonies steadfastly refused. The fleets of Tarsonis continued to explore the Terran patch of space that came to be known as the Koprulu sector, founding prosperous colonies upon 7 other worlds within the system, enabled the military might of Tarsonis to grow by leaps and bounds. A new government, christened the Terran Confederacy, was founded by the Tarsonian colonies. The Morian colony, which had benefited from having the largest resource mining operations in the sector, began to fear that this new confederacy might attempt to move in and regulate their lucrative operations. Thus, the Kelmorian Combine was formed, a shady corporate partnership that would supply military aid to any mining guild that was oppressed by Confederate policy. Tensions rose between the Confederacy and the Combine, leading to the outbreak of the Terran Guild Wars. The Guild Wars lasted for nearly 4 years, with the Confederacy eventually negotiating peace with the Combine. Although the Combine retained its autonomy, almost all of its supporting mining guilds were annexed into the holdings of the Confederacy. The Umojan colony, after seeing what blatant abuse the Confederacy was capable of, founded the Umojan Protectorate. This nationalized militia would work to keep its colony free from Confederate tyranny. In the final analysis, the Guild Wars assured the Confederacy its position as the dominating factor within the Terran power structure. The might of the Confederacy continued to grow as its prospectors claimed world after world with their reckless expansionism. Pirate groups and radical militia organizations began to spring up more frequently as Confederate enforcement agencies continued to abuse their citizenry. One of the greatest examples of revolt against Confederate policy was the Rebellion of Coral. The Rebellion of Coral. Coral was one of the core Confederate worlds originally settled by Tarsonian colonists, a world of affluence and enlightenment. Coral contributed greatly to the military and technological advancements of the Confederacy. Although the Confederacy benefited from Coral's continued productivity, the citizens of the colony resented their forced affiliation with the often corrupt Confederate senators. Attempting to retain their independence, the citizenry of Coral instigated numerous riots against the local Confederate militia. The Confederates responded in kind and declared martial law throughout the colony. This only seemed to agitate the populace even more, escalating the already rampant civil chaos. The Confederates believed that if their most treasured and pampered colony could turn against them, then all of their other colonies might revolt as well. It was decided that the crisis on Coral would be ended by any means necessary. Coral would serve as a chilling example to all of the colonies in the Confederacy. A dynamic Corallian senator by the name of Angus Menck took it upon himself to formalise the sentiments of his fellow citizens. Their cry for freedom was undeniable when Menck actively declared war against the Confederates. Whipping the people of Coral into a volatile patriotic frenzy, the senator succeeded in capturing all of the Confederate outposts on Coral. Issuing statements declaring that the Confederacy no longer held any claim over the world of Coral, Menck succeeded in garnering the respect and admiration of many other struggling colonies. The Confederates, seeking to contain the situation, pulled their forces from Coral and withdrew their fleet from its skies. Menck and the other leaders of the revolt, believing that they had won their independence, celebrated their victory over the Confederacy. The Confederates, knowing that a perceived loss to Coral might instigate their other colonies to revolt, planned to retake the planet through subtler means. The Confederates sent 3 of their deadliest assassinations, known only as ghosts, to eliminate Menck and his supporters on Coral. The senator's decapitated body, along with those of his wife and young daughter, were found the next morning on the private balcony of his Terran fortress-like headquarters. Menck's head was never found. While the assassination did much to weaken the revolt on Coral, it also fueled the fires that would eventually forge the greatest enemy the Confederacy would ever know. Arcturus Menck, an accomplished Confederate prospector and businessman, did not take the news of his family's death well. Having been a prospector for years, Arcturus knew of the despicable lengths that the Confederacy would go to in an effort to reach its objectives. He was uninterested with greater sector politics and was even alarmed and somewhat embarrassed by the actions of his estranged father and Coral. He never dreamed, however, that his family would be killed merely to prove a point. Their death stirred something inside the young Arcturus, leading him to forsake his promising future and follow a lonely path of vengeance. Rallying the various militant groups that had followed his father against the Confederates, Arcturus succeeded in fashioning an impressive yet somewhat ragtag army. Menck's followers struck boldly at various Confederate bases and installations, costing the Confederacy billions of credits in men, machines, and equipment. With rumours spreading of a secret alliance between Menck's group and the Umojan Protectorate, the Confederate government quickly decided on a final solution to their problem. A salvo of 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear missiles was fired at the planet of Coral from the distant Confederate capital of Tarsonis. Over 4 million people were annihilated during the savage attack, and in a single instant, the prosperous colony of Coral was reduced to nothing more than a superheated sphere of blackened glass and staring phantoms. The news of the Holocaust reached Minsk at a secret base located within the borders of the Umogian Protectorate. With nothing left save vengeance, Arcturus and those gathered with him on that sorrowful day pledged a sacred vow to bring down the Confederacy at all costs. Calling themselves the Sons of Coral, Arcturus and his renegade team of volunteers quickly made names for themselves as the most wanted fugitives in the sector. Striking silently and swiftly, the Sons of Coral won countless victories over the Confederacy, but with every battle won in the name of justice, Arcturus was portrayed as a madman and a terrorist by the Confederate-controlled media. Okay, I'll finish this paragraph and then take a break. Most colonies refused to house or provide services to anyone affiliated with the outlaw group, yet despite seemingly overwhelming odds and scandalous public opinion, Minsk never gave up the fight against the Confederates. To this day, the Sons of Coral continue to confound Confederate enforcement agencies as they work to bring about their mission of liberation for the sector. Okay, so I'll take a wee break and then continue where I left off there. Right, so I'm just going to go into the kitchen and make a wee cup of coffee. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, I've got like 8 minutes, and then I'll continue. I'll check that thing. Oh, yeah, as I thought. So, yeah, there we go. Fantastic. Yep, so once the alarm goes off, I'll continue reading for another 25 minutes. And then take another break, and then hopefully we'll get through this, and then we'll get stuck into the game. And then what's cool about this manual is it tells you what the different factions are. So I'll write down what color each. So each color is a different faction. So I think there's like 6 colors in there. There's like blue, red, white, black, purple, brown, I think. And so there's like 6 different colors. That means there's 6 different types of human, 6 different types of Protoss, and then 6 different types of Zerg. any minute now. There's an update. That's okay. I'll leave it till later. Much later. There we go. Okay, set the alarm. 25 minutes. That's at 5 minutes past 5. 17:05. Oh wait, it's actually 16:55. Yeah, there we go. Okay, here we go. War. The various colonial powers and pirate militias continued to spar with the Confederate forces. Although many of the groups were constantly at odds with one another, the overall Terran presence within the Carprulo sector continued to strengthen and expand. These petty squabbles would end soon enough, as the Terran colonies found themselves caught in the midst of a struggle of epic proportions. Without warning, a fleet of 50 alien warships descended from the skies over the outlying Confederate colony of Chowsara. The massive ships opened fire upon the unsuspecting colony, continuing to decimate every inhabited settlement on the planet. This unprecedented attack caught the Confederate forces by surprise, sending the shocked Terran fleets into disarray. Although they had never encountered alien species of any kind, they rushed quickly to defend themselves against this new mysterious enemy. The Confederacy launched a clumsy counterattack against the alien fleet as it made its way towards the second Terran planet of Mars-Sara. The alien fleet, identifying itself as the Protoss, mysteriously withdrew its forces and spared the colony. Soon afterwards, a second terrifying alien presence was discovered on the outskirts of Mars-Sara. These new insect-like invaders were very different from the Protoss that attacked the colony just a short time before. No Terran agency could account for the disturbing presence of not one but two strange alien races within their colonies. Overcome by a collective paranoid terror and encumbered by their own political infighting, the hapless Terran factions could only watch as an ever-increasing tide of alien invaders made their way towards the heart of the war-torn Terran sector. Terran species overview. Forced to adapt to a harsh existence on the mostly lifeless worlds along the galactic rim, the Terrans are masters of survival, possessing neither the advanced technology of the Protoss nor the natural prowess of the Zerg. Their military consists of a varied mix of units, from the effective yet expendable marine conscripts to the highly trained Wraith pilots. The Terrans are a tenacious lot who are quite unwilling to concede their territory. Despite the setbacks this young species has suffered, the Terrans have managed to spread from world to world, fully believing that they can stand against any opposition. Mobile buildings. The key to survival of the Terran species is flexibility. Their primary structures are equipped with self-contained thruster systems that enable low-altitude flight and allow them to change locations. A building in flight is unable to perform any of its normal operations. Also, any structures that had been added onto a mobilized building are left behind and are non-functional. Once the primary building has landed, it quickly regains full functionality, although the abandoned add-on structure remains useless. The nomadic abilities of the Terrans allow them not only travel from one cache of resources to the next, but to evade an impending attack as well. Finally, if the appropriate primary building is instructed to land next to an abandoned add-on, even one built by enemy Terrans, it can be captured and put to use. Critical building damage. The primary drawback of the modular and often improvised technology and employed by the Terrans is that their buildings are particularly vulnerable to extensive damage. Ruptured Vespene tanks and sudden power surges can cause an already damaged structure to collapse, even if it is no longer under direct attack. Any Terran building which is severely damaged drops into the red zone, indicated by the structure's hit point bar turning red. A building so damaged will continue to lose hit points unless it is repaired enough to return to yellow or green status. Support. With the exception of add-ons, all Terran buildings have self-contained power generators and do not require additional support or resources once constructed. Since add-ons are powered by the building that they are attached to, they will shut down if the primary structure is destroyed or disconnected. Terran troops and vehicles, however, do require a constant supply of food, fuel and spare parts that are provided by supply depots. The current level of available supplies is displayed in the upper right hand corner of the main screen. Any supply depot will also display current supply statistics when selected. If there are not enough supply depots to properly support the current number of Terran forces, the training or manufacture of additional units will not be possible until additional supply depots are constructed. Terran units, Marine, Rule, Armoured Infantry Trooper, Armament, CMC-300/400 Powered Combat Suit, 8mm C14 Impaler Gauss Rifle. Marines are the first line of defence for most Terran colonies. A majority of them were at one time criminals or rebels who have undergone mandatory neural resocialization. Freed from any previous allegiances or ideologies, these fearless men and women are ready to defend Confederate interests with their lives. The powered combat suit worn by Confederate Marines is effective against most small arms fire and provides them with full life support and NBC nuclear, biological, chemical shielding for operation in deep space and hostile environments. The C14 Impaler Gauss Rifle fires 8mm metal spikes at hypersonic speeds. The rounds are designed to provide maximum penetration against all armor types to preserve both ammo usage and minimize power requirements. The rifle uses a capacitor system to fire in short control bursts. Firebot Rule Armoured Assault Trooper, Armament CMC 660 Heavy Combat Suit, Plasma-based Perdition Flamethrowers. Like standard Marine infantry, firebots are typically culturally challenged persons who have been resocialized by the Confederate government. Equipped with powerful arm-mounted flamethrowers, they serve as assault troopers in the various Terran militias. Although their attack has a limited range, the flamethrowers cause considerable damage to any target caught within the stream of fire. Firebat combat suits provide additional protection from heat and flame, although they are significantly heavier than standard Marine armour. Stimpack. The newest versions of the Marine-powered combat suit and Firebat heavy combat suit feature is an in-field chemical delivery system filled with a powerful mixture of synthetic adrenaline and endorphins, coupled with a powerful psychotropic aggression amplifier. When activated, the Stimpack provides the user with greatly increased speed and reflexes. Some tissue damage may result. Side effects include insomnia, weight loss, tremors, grand mal seizures, mania, hypomania, paranoid hallucinations, severe internal hemorrhaging, and cerebral deterioration have all been declared nominal and well within Confederate acceptable safety margins. Ghost, role, espionage, intelligence agent, armament, hostile environment suit, 25mm C10 canister rifle, personal cloaking device, special issue. Ghosts epitomize the height of human evolution and physical conditioning. Born with incredible psionic potential, these agents are quarantined by the Confederate government and trained from infancy to channel their psionic energies to augment their natural physical strength and endurance. As a precautionary measure, psychic dampeners are surgically implanted in all ghosts. Cloak. The most unnerving of these agents' skills is the ability to cloak themselves from enemy detection. This invisibility has earned the ghosts a fear-inspired reputation for their mysterious battlefield tactics. Older models of the ghost hostile environment suit may not be equipped with a personal cloaking device, but they may be retrofitted with them in the field. Lockdown. The C10 canister rifle normally fires high explosive rounds, but it can also be armed with special lockdown rounds that temporarily disable mechanized units caught within the blast. The lockdown shell must be charged with a small amount of energy before use. Nuclear strike. One of the primary responsibilities of the Ghost is to locate enemy units or structures for tactical nuclear strikes. Using a special frequency targeting laser, the Ghost can direct missiles from any friendly silos with pinpoint accuracy. Vulture. Role, scavenger hover cycle, armament, anti-personnel fragmentation grenades, spider mines optional. The armoured Vulture hover bikes, used primarily for scouting the myriad wastelands of the Terran colonies, are designed for speed and reliability. The limited gravity hover technology used by the Vulture allows it to travel over rough terrain without loss of traction or speed. Although ill-suited for heavy combat, they make excellent skirmishers, and the bike-mounted grenade launcher is extremely effective against lightly armoured targets. Spider mines. Although spider mine deployment systems are still not standard equipment on the Vulture, they are becoming more popular, especially on broader worlds. Spider mines can be used to protect resource reserves and vital tactical locations. The small mines bury themselves in the ground and wait for enemy units to approach. Once activated, the mines will arm themselves and scuttle towards their targets. Goliath. Role, forward assault strike armor. Armament, twin 30mm autocannons, Hellfire anti-air missiles. The Goliaths, manufactured by Large Core Technologies, were originally built for the Kilmorian Combine to serve as infantry support. Corporate saboteurs stole the plans and sold them to Confederate interests. And to this day, the Goliath is well known along the rim. Featuring all-terrain maneuverability and a computer-based heavy weapon systems, the Goliath is equally adept at providing both ground-level and anti-air support. It is armed with twin 30mm smoothbore autocannons and Hellfire AA scatter missiles. The use of the Goliath in the infamous Kilmorian mining vaults showed just how effective even a small number of these versatile combat walkers can be when engaged in intensive urban warfare. Arclight siege tank. Role, mobile artillery cannon. Armament, twin 80mm cannons, 120mm shock cannon. Weapon upgrade. The heavily armoured Arclight siege tank is renowned throughout the Confederacy for its devastating firepower and stalwart emplacement / advanced tactics. Originally designed to serve as a final defence security cannon, the versatility of the Goliath Walker showed that mobility was crucial in maintaining an effective military. In its final form, the siege tank is intended to operate as a two-stage vehicle, although the first series of tanks produced were single-stage vehicles that were later upgraded. Siege mode. The primary form of the Arclight siege tank is extremely effective, but city assaults and base defense required more firepower than ever these machines could effectively provide. The solution was to provide a secondary artillery-based mode for the tank. Once transformed into siege mode, the Arclight tank sacrifices mobility to deploy its awesome shock cannon. SCV Rule Space Construction Vehicle Armament Fusion Cutters. Initially used during the reconstruction of the Tarsonian orbital platforms, the T-280 SCV Space Construction Vehicle became a staple in intercolonial construction and engineering due to its ability to perform a multitude of tasks, including the construction of new buildings and the transportation of raw resource materials. It is this versatility and an unmatched reliability that makes the SCV an invaluable tool in rapidly establishing marine encampments and strike bases on any terrain. Repair. SCVs can repair damaged buildings and mechanical units to quickly bring them back to full capacity. Conducting repairs uses a small amount of resources depending on the extent of the damage that must be fixed. Select an SCV and left-click the repair button. With the targeting cursor, select the damaged mechanical unit to be repaired. Dropship Role Armoured Personnel Carrier. Armament None. Heavy armoured Terran dropships are a vital part of colonial defence and are fully rated for both atmospheric and deep space flight. The daredevil pilots of these sometimes faulty, unreliable ships are charged with delivering marine armour and infantry to any hotspot or combat zone. Early experiments in equipping dropships with weapon systems were scrapped in favour of greater carrying capacity. Unloading units. True to its name, the dropship is capable of extremely rapid deployment. Selecting the Unload All button will drop off all carried units at the selected location. To drop off specific units one at a time, click on the unit wireframe in the status display on the console. CF-A-17 Wraith Role Space Superiority Fighter. Armament Gemini air-to-air missiles, 25mm burst laser. The versatile one-man Wraith fighters are a new addition to the colonial space forces. Traditionally, most space battles took place between large capital ships and smaller gunships, but Tarsonian technicians found that small, dynamic, high-speed fighters could repeatedly deal damage to large ships while still evading most offensive battery attacks. The Wraith is the newest of these space superiority fighters and is armed with not only air-to-air missiles, but also utilises a belly-mounted burst laser for ground attacks. Cloak and Field. The new CF-A-17G Wraith features a built-in cloak and field which runs off of the fighter's main power supply. When active, the cloaking field hides the Wraith from the enemy view. This has proven invaluable in both base defense and strike operations. Behemoth Battlecruiser Role Command Ship Armament Laser Batteries Yamato Cannon Limited Availability. The massive Behemoth-class battlecruisers are virtual flying fortresses built to keep the peace within the Terran sector. Outfitted with multiple laser batteries and thick neo-steel armour, these ships are easily the most powerful of the colonial vessels. Many colonial generals use battlecruisers as their command centres during long space campaigns. Yamato Cannon. Recent research has also led to the development of the devastating Yamato Cannon, a terrifying weapon that uses an intense magnetic field to focus a small nuclear explosion into a cohesive beam of energy. The cannon requires a huge energy reserve to fire, but its effects are impressive to say the least. Terran engineers are currently working overtime to retrofit existing battlecruisers with Yamato devices, but many older ships are still in service. Explorer Science Vessel. Role Mobile Research Station. Armament none. Many colonies have placed explorer vessels at strategic points throughout the galaxy to further study anomalous phenomena, and the Corps' own Epsilon Squadron uses them extensively along Confederate borders for surveillance and study. Recently, as alien forces have begun to infringe upon colonial space, explorer vessels and crew have been recalled to provide electronic warfare and combat support. The primary ability of the explorer is detecting concealed enemy units. By outfitting the explorer with special modifications, several other useful effects can be created. Defensive Matrix. Confederate scientists are still working on creating stable long-term force field generators, but early research has enabled the deployment of a short-lived defensive matrix that can absorb significant punishment. This energy matrix can be created around any unit within a short range of the Explorer and is standard issue on all science vessels. EMP shockwave. By generating a massive short-range electromagnetic pulse, the Explorer can disable shields and special electronics on any nearby units. Although the vessel creating the EMP is not affected, any friendly units within the radius of the EMP pulse are subject to its effects. Irradiate. Targeting a unit with this effect will bathe it in a high energy stream of radioactive particles, saturating it with damaging energy. The radioactive field will damage any personnel within close proximity of the irradiated unit. The field will lose energy over time, but not before it deals considerable damage to clustered troops. Terran buildings. Command Center. Mobile building. Command centers serve as the focal points for all Terran outposts, originally designed to be roving resource processors for Confederate prospectors. Command centers can pick up stakes and move on to new mineral or Vespine deposits. They also have the ability to manufacture SCVs and serve as the return point for mining vehicles. Heavily armoured and sturdy, the slow-moving command centers are most vulnerable when they are on the move. Comsat Station add-on to Command Center. This auxiliary building provides the Command Center with improved communications and scanning technologies. Scanner sweep. Directing a focused scanner sweep of an area will reveal any units and buildings located there, including cloaked and concealed enemies. Nuclear Silo add-on to Command Center. After the Coral incident, full-scale nuclear weapons were banned from use on habitable worlds, but smaller tactical nuclear weapons are still used by Confederate forces. Build Nuke. The somewhat dangerous nuclear silo can produce and house a single tactical nuclear warhead. To prevent outside tampering with the missile guidance commands, a ghost agent is required to actually direct the missile to its target. Supply Depot. The supply depot houses all of the goods, tools and accessories that are necessary in the day-to-day running of Terran outposts. As various encampments grow and prosper, it is necessary to provide an ever-increasing amount of supplies for colonists and military forces alike. Vespine Refinery. The rather ramshackle refineries were designed to speed up the arduous process of Vespine mining on the more desolate Terran worlds. Once constructed on top of a Vespine geyser, the refinery will automatically package the gas in containers easily transportable by SCVs. Barracks. Mobile building. The barracks houses and trains all of the Terran infantry units. Like the command center, it is a mobile structure able to traverse great distances in order to reach new hot zones or deployment centers. Academy. The Confederate Marine Corps is always researching new technologies and seeking to improve the quality of its personnel. The Academy is the primary centre of this research. Research U-238 shells. These depleted uranium shells are designed to provide a greater firing range for the C-14 Gauss rifle carried by Terran Marines. Research Stimpack. When activated, the stim pack provides the user with greatly increased speed and reflexes. Some tissue damage may result. Engineering Bay, mobile building. An engineering bay is vital to improving the quality of weapons and armour used by Terran ground troops. Possessing a degree of mobility, the engineering bay is one of the more vital buildings in any Terran settlement. Upgrade infantry weapons. This upgrade enhances the standard issue weapons carried by the Terran Marine, Firebot and Ghost. Upgrade infantry armour. This upgrade enhances the standard issue armour worn by the Terran Marine, Firebot and Ghost. There's the alarm again, so I'll have to take another break. Another 15-minute break. Alright, there we go. I'll continue at 5:10. That's page 42. Okay, so Terran factions. So black is Omega Squadron. Purple is Nova Squadron. And white is Alpha Squadron. And all three of them are part of the Confederacy. Okay, and then the other three are pirates. So we got the Sons of Coral, or the red. then aqua is Emojian Protectorate. Okay, and then green Kelmorian Combine. Okay. Oh, great. Don't have enough. Okay, so black is Omega Squadron. Led by Lieutenant Commander Gregory Rickson. And then purple Nova Squadron. Led by Colonel Jackson Holler. Okay, and white is Alpha Squadron. led by General Edmund Duke. Okay. Pirate militias, Sons of Coral, red. Led by Arcturus Minsk. Okay, and then Aqua is the Emojian Protectorate. Led by Minister Jorgensen. And then green. Kelmorian Combine. General Masakai. Okay, Zerg next. Command wing. I got red is Tiamat. Led by Dagoth. Green is Fenris. Led by Nargle. Balrog is white. by Gorn. Oh. There we go. 25 minutes set. Factory mobile building. The massive automated factory is the primary production center for all Terran ground-based vehicles, from the speedy Vulture to the massive siege tank. Factories are heavily armored and mobile, but their tremendous import to a strong military presence makes them likely targets for enemy forces. Machine shop add-on to factory. The factory is primarily designed to assemble prefabricated vehicle designs and components. A machine shop is necessary to process the parts needed for heavier vehicles and to develop new technology and upgrades for existing vehicle designs. Ion thrusters. Originally designed for inner atmosphere shuttles, these engines have been modified to provide increased speed for the Terran Vulture hover cycle. Spider mines. Vultures can be equipped with small motion-detecting mines that bury themselves once deployed. These mines automatically track nearby targets. Siege tank. This technology retrofits the Arclight siege tank to transform into a stationary artillery piece capable of delivering increased damage at a longer range. Armory. Within the battered walls of the armory, Terran researchers and test groups work to develop improved materials for the heavy weapons and armor used by Terran vehicles and starships. Upgrade vehicle weapons. This upgrade enhances the standard issue weapons mounted on the Terran Vulture, Goliath, and Siege tank. Upgrade vehicle plating. This upgrade hardens the standard armor of the Terran Vulture, Goliath, and Siege tank. Upgrade ship weapons. This upgrade enhances the standard issue weapons mounted on the Terran Wraith and Battlecruiser. Upgrade ship plating. This upgrade strengthens the standard armor of the Terran Wraith, dropship, science vessel, and Battlecruiser. Starport. The large, highly advanced starport is responsible for the construction and maintenance of all spacefaring vehicles and starships used by the Confederacy. Like all primary structures, it is mobile but extremely vulnerable while in transit. Control tower. A control tower is necessary to coordinate the construction and upgrading of advanced Terran vehicles. Cloaking field. The activation of a cloaking field renders the Wraith fighter undetectable to most units. Apollo reactor. These high-yield uranium reactors permit the Wraith fighter to remain cloaked for longer periods of time. Science facility. Terran researchers work with forced diligence at the science facility to develop radical new weapons and defensive systems for the good of the Confederacy, rumored to study and analyze the radically advanced technology of the Protoss. These scientists constantly strive to bridge the vast gap between Terran science and alien knowledge. EMP shockwave. Explorer science vessels outfitted with EMP generators can disable nearby shields and special electronics through a massive, short-ranged electromagnetic pulse. Irradiate. Created as a byproduct of research into nuclear waste disposal, radiation field generation has become a growing area of science vessel experiments. Effects of irradiation are limited to a localized radius around the specified target. Titan reactor. When installed on board Explorer science vessels, these giant fusion pod reactors provide increased energy output. Physics lab. By adding a high-energy particle accelerator and exhaustive diagnostic equipment to an existing research center, Terran scientists have been able to facilitate the development of various technological advancements. Yamato gun. by using an intense magnetic field to focus a small nuclear explosion into a cohesive beam of energy. The Yamato gun allows Terran battlecruisers to blast a path through almost any defense. Colossus reactor. The increased energy output of this reactor better meets the massive energy requirements of the Yamato cannon. Covert Ops Center. Only the most trusted officers and researchers are allowed into the Covert Ops Center, which conducts all experimental research for the Confederate Intelligence Corps. Lockdown. Designed for the Ghost C-10 canister rifle, lockdown ammo temporarily disables mechanized units caught within their blast. Ocular implants. In an effort to improve their effectiveness as covert operatives, Ghost agents can undergo radical surgery to replace their eyes with these sight range enhancing cybernetic devices. Personal cloaking. Based on the stealth technology employed by Wraith fighters, personal cloaking fields provide Ghost agents with the ultimate in infiltration capabilities. Mobius reactor. The exclusive equipment of Ghost agents, these micro-reactors are designed for use with both lockdown and cloaking technologies. Missile turret. Missile turrets are relatively inexpensive structures that will automatically target and fire upon incoming enemy aircraft. They also serve as sentry stations equipped with powerful sensors capable of detecting cloaked vessels. Bunker. Designed to safeguard troops from enemy fire, bunkers can be constructed to defend any pivotal location. Troops within bunkers can fire upon enemy forces while remaining safe from damage sustained from enemy fire. The Terran factions. The various Terran military factions all benefit from the hardware and advanced weaponry produced by the colonies of the Koporulu sector. Many of the factions are fond of modifying their weaponry based upon the specific customs or preferences of their combat group. Although most Terran tanks, starfighters, and war machines were designed and produced by privately owned corporations, the plans, technical layouts have been stolen, pawned, smuggled out, and put into the hands of various faction scientists. The Terran Confederacy. The Terran Confederacy consists of nearly a dozen planets within the Koporulu sector. The primary worlds within the Confederacy are Tarsonis, Tirador 9, Brontes, Chowsara, and Dylar 4. The military squadrons that strive to protect the Confederate worlds consist of conscripts and ex-criminals from all over the sector. Many warriors are forced to undergo the rigorous process of neural resocialization. This process reprograms even the most hardened criminals and converts them into loyal and stalwart defenders of the Confederacy. Omega Squadron, or the Death's Head Legion. Commander, Lieutenant Commander Gregory Rickson. Designation, Heavy Assault Squadron. Base of Operations, Dylar 4. Squadron color, black. Oh right, I should put that in their planet. Dylar 4. The Death's Head Legion is renowned throughout Confederate space for its unrelenting savagery in battle. Only called upon in severe crisis situations, the Legion's warriors fearlessly enter any battle against the enemies of the Confederacy. The Legion is mainly comprised of ex-criminals who have been resocialized and now selflessly give their lives in service to the society that they once threatened. Nova Squadron. Commander Colonel Jackson Haller. Designation Black Ops / Espionage Squadron. Base of Operations Mobile. Squadron color purple. Mystery and intrigue always seem to surround the enigmatic Nova Squadron, charged with policing the other Confederate armed forces, and gathering intelligence on the myriad pirate militias, Nova Squadron often find themselves in the middle of some new conspiracy. Mistrusted and shunned by their fellow warriors, Nova Squadron keeps on the move, constantly seeking to undo the considerable political sabotage and corruption that runs rampant through the government of the Confederacy. Alpha Squadron, or the Bloodhawks, Commander General Edmund Duke, designation Advanced Tactical Strike Squadron, base of operations Chow Sara, squadron colour white. Alpha Squadron prides themselves as being the first group in and the first group out of any hot zone. Their lightning-quick attacks on unsuspecting enemy encampments have gained them a notorious reputation. Their skill and precision in quick tactical maneuvers is evident, as the fatality rating of the Bloodhawks is the lowest amongst the Confederate forces. Smoking craters, scorched earth, and piles of enemy bodies are all telltale signs of their ferocity and efficiency in battle. Okay, Chow Sara. The pirate militias. The pirate militias operate outside of Confederate control, lawlessly ravaging bordering worlds, and outlying colonies. Many of the pirate groups contain large, self-supported armies that fund themselves by exploiting vast resource deposits upon the many worlds within the sector. These pirates have little respect for the colonies they ravage or the worlds which they rape of resources. They constantly vie not only with one another, but also against the Confederacy, and constantly threats to shut down their reckless operations. The Sons of Coral, Commander Arcturus Mensk, designation Renegade Activist Coalition, base of operations Mobile, militia color red. Sorry about the R word, I didn't know that was going to be in that. Paragraph. One of the founding worlds upon which the Confederacy was built, Coral has been a hot zone of anti-Confederate sentiment since its inception. As civil violence ensued against the Confederate forces on Coral, the Confederacy decided to make an object lesson of the colony. A massive nuclear strike decimated Coral, leaving the Confederates unchallenged by any other colony. Arcturus Mensk, a one-time Confederate prospector, founded the Sons of Coral in order to topple the corrupt Confederate institution and build a new system of government that would benefit all Terrans within the sector. Mensk's methods and tactics range from harsh to nefarious. Heralded by radicals as a visionary and a patriot, Mensk is seen by the Confederacy as a terrorist and a madman. The Umojan Protectorate. Commander, Minister Jorgensen. Designation, Neural Protectorate. Base of operations, Umoja. Militia color, aqua. Okay, Umoja. The people of Umoja have chosen to remain separate and autonomous from the Confederate worlds. The Umojans consider themselves to be an enlightened people, harboring obvious contempt for their sister colonies that submit to the near-fascist yoke of the Confederacy. The Umojans have retained a strong military force known as the Protectorate that keeps other factions from interfering in Umojan affairs. The Protectorate seeks a truce with the Protoss, believing that the elder race can teach them the mysteries of the greater meaning of life, the universe, and everything. The Kelmorian Combine. Commander General Ma Sakai. Designation Mining Coalition / Renegade Pirate Group. Base of operations Moria. Militia color green. Okay, Moria. The Kelmorian Combine is comprised of two powerful organizations, the Kilsanis Guild and the Morian Mining Coalition. These two groups, both with questionable ties to the Confederacy, have banded together in order to maximize their ability to drain the resources from numerous worlds within the sector. The Combine is the largest non-Confederate organization operating within Terran space. Equipped with thousands of armed troops and hardware, the Combine strictly enforces its myriad territorial operations. It is rumored that the Combine actually supplies the Confederacy with fuels and resources. So great is their political influence, the Confederate forces have been banned from prosecuting the Combine for any potentially criminal action. Picture is Corporal G. Montag going through the final field inspection moments before Omega Squadron's epic victory over Tal Karat. Zerg. StarCraft. Zerg history. The Grand Experiment. Driven to perfect their sense of proto-genetic evolution, the ancient enigmatic race known as the Xel'Naga travelled to the distant fringe world of Air. The vast jungles of Air had produced the most advanced race that the Xel'Naga had ever seen. Believing that they could steer the race's evolution to the pinnacle of physical perfection, the Xel'Naga began to conduct their proto-genetic experiments. The race that the Xel'Naga would eventually name Protoss advanced rapidly and gained what their creators termed a distinct purity of form. Unfortunately, the Xel'Naga pushed their experiment too far. The inherent essence and sentience of the Protoss developed far too rapidly, leading to bitter strife and division between them and their creators. The Xel'Naga deemed that the purity of form that they sought to create had been sullied by a conflict of essence, and thus decreed that the Protoss were in fact a failed creation. The Xel'Naga abandoned their children and launched themselves into the void. The birth of the Zerg. Travelling thousands of light years into the burning core of the galaxy, the Xel'Naga eventually settled upon the volatile ash world of Xeris. The Xel'Naga planned to continue their grand experiment of evolution, only this time they dismissed their tenets of physical form and focused chiefly on their pursuit of a distinct purity of essence. Residing in their massive ships high above the fires of Xeris, the Xel'Naga began once again to challenge the wilds of fate. The Xel'Naga were more successful with their second venture than they could have imagined. They laboured to advance the evolution of the most insignificant life form on Xeris, a race of miniature insectoids known as the Zerg. Through Xel'Naga proto-genetic manipulations, the Zerg survived the torrential firestorms of their world and thrived. Although extremely small, worm-like, and possessing no ability to manipulate their physical surroundings, the Zerg adapted to survive. They developed the ability to burrow into the flesh of the less vulnerable species indigenous to Xeris, feeding off the nutrients contained within the spinal fluids of their hosts. The Zerg learned to parasitically merge with their host creatures. Once they became capable of controlling the metabolic and anatomical processes of their hosts, the Zerg used their new bodies to manipulate their surroundings. As the Zerg incorporated more and more host creatures into their fold, they began to assimilate their various genetic strains and processes. Zerg chemistry began to mutate and adapt according to the volume of genetic material being processed. However, as diverse as the range of host creatures became, there was always the undeviating drive to consume only the most evolutionary advanced species encountered. The Zerg were innately selective as to which species they consumed, ensuring that at every stage of their development, they were at the top of the proverbial food chain. Any race that the Zerg came across that was deemed unworthy of assimilation was eradicated to further purify the strains. The Xel'Naga soon made an alarming discovery. The original races assimilated by the Zerg were hardly recognizable after only a few generations of their inception. Somehow, the Zerg had developed the ability to supercharge and steer the latent evolutionary processes within their host creatures. The host creatures fell prey to the effects of gradual physical mutations that cause all of the various strains to grow armor-piercing spines, razor-sharp limbs, and ultra-dense carapaces. Over a surprisingly short amount of time, the strains grew to resemble a terrifying, ravenous, and unified race. Overmind. The Xel'Naga, remembering all too well that their failure with the Protoss was a result of pushing the sentience of the fledgling species too quickly, decided to follow a different path with the burgeoning Zerg. Attempting to waylay the potential hazards of differing egos, the Xel'Naga structured the collective sentience of the Zerg into a unified, amalgamated overmind. The overmind coalesced into a semi-sentient being that represented the primary drives and instincts of all of the Zerg strains. As time passed, the overmind developed the rudiments of personality and advanced intellect. Although the overmind directed the actions of every creature within the swarm, it did so through the use of secondary agents. The overmind created a new strain of Zerg that could facilitate the communication of its whims. These Cerberus were massive versions of the original Zerg insectoids and were engineered to process and carry out the various objectives of the overmind. Each Cerberus had a unique objective, such as defend the hive, scout for potential strains, produce more warriors, or eradicate all life forms. The Cerberus were then empowered to build their own hive clusters and carry out their intended agendas. Over time, they developed personalities that corresponded to their primary drives. However, the Cerberus were still genetically incapable of ignoring or overriding the commands of the overmind. The Zerg chain of command lengthened as new races were incorporated into the swarm. Cerberus began to use secondary agents to communicate their orders as well. For the defense and productivity of the immediate hive, the Cerberus turned to queens to further extend their control over the swarms. The queens oversaw drone activity throughout the resource line of the hives and kept a vigilant watch over the budding spore colonies of the collective. In times of battle, Cerberus called upon the overlords to directly relay their commands to the myriad warriors of the swarm. Overlords not only transported Zerg warriors into the fray, but also directed their attacks against their enemies. Just as the Cerberus followed the overmind, the queens and overlords were incapable of disobeying the commands from their Cerberus. This rigid system of command kept the swarms at peak savage efficiency. As the swarms continued to grow and strengthen, the overmind turned its thoughts towards its own future. It realized that within a few short centuries, its race had assimilated all of the indigenous life upon Xeris. It knew that to further evolve the swarm, the Zerg would need to leave Xeris. The overmind began to reach out with its senses, looking for something, anything, which would provide them with transport from this world. That opportunity soon arrived. A race of gargantuan, space-faring lifeforms passed through the Xeris system, and the overmind called to them. Drawn to the barren world by this beacon, they were quickly assimilated by the swarm. The inclusion of super-dense hides and the ability to exist in a vacuum bolstered the genetic pool of the swarm. Soon the Zerg warriors were conditioned to survive the harshness of space. This pivotal moment in the development of the Zerg was not lost to the Xel'Naga. The Zerg, despite having an extreme physical handicap, had succeeded in not only surviving, but in retaining the purity of their terrible overriding essence. The Xel'Naga knew that they had achieved their goal. The fall of the Xel'Naga. The pride of their achievements proved to be the fatal downfall of the Xel'Naga. The Overmind, while slowly expanding itself into the void of space, became aware of the mighty Xel'Naga world ships hovering ominously above the skies of Xeris. The Xel'Naga, having kept a constant watch on the Overmind, were horrified to find that had actually severed their psychic link, effectively hiding itself from their view, with its need to consume driving its minions into a lustful frenzy. The Overmind launched the now spacefaring Zerg swarms at the unsuspecting Xel'Naga. The ancient race, which did what they could to stem the tide of the ever-advancing Zerg onslaught, but in the end their efforts were in vain. Wave after wave of Zerg swarms hammered the reinforced hulls of the Xel'Naga's ships with no signs of abatement. Within only a few hours, the Zerg overran the defences of their creators and laid waste to the Xel'Naga fleet. Okay, so I'll take another 15-minute break. Alright, be right back. I'm just gonna get another drink. Okay, alarm went off, ready to continue. So, okay, alarm set again. 18:15. Okay, so where were we? As the greater whole of the Xel'Naga race was consumed by the raging genetic whirlwind of the Zerg, the Overmind gained the knowledge and insights of its masters. The Overmind processed thousands of sentient beings into itself, causing it to grow far more powerful than it had ever imagined. Be right back. Okay, so I have to stop for dinner, but continue as soon as I've at this. And I'll set the alarm again. Oh, company. Okay, so dinner is finito. Okay, there we go. Alarm set. As the greater whole of the Xel'Naga race was consumed by the raging genetic whirlwind of the Zerg, the Overmind gained the knowledge and insights of its masters. The Overmind processed thousands of sentient beings into itself, causing it to grow far more powerful than it had ever imagined. It learned the secrets of the sacred Terran crystals and began to incorporate the energies of these crystals into its own. Through the intimate knowledge of evolution and protogenetic physiology gained from the Xel'Naga, the Overmind was able to increase the level of sentience in many of the higher Zerg strains, while still keeping them fully under its control. Through dissecting the memories of the Xel'Naga, the Overmind was made aware of the myriad races that had at one time or another been influenced by the ancient race. The Xel'Naga had kept a detailed genetic history of each race, giving Overmind a clear understanding of their respective strengths and weaknesses. Most importantly, the Overmind learned of an exceedingly powerful race that lived near the galaxy's fringe, known only as the Protoss. The Overmind knew then that the Protoss and the Zerg would eventually be caught in an inevitable apocalyptic conflict. The Determinant. The Zerg left the lifeless, burning world of Xeris and laid waste to every planet they found along their path towards the Protoss homeworld. As they progressed slowly through the trackless dark between the stars, the Zerg assimilated only the strongest of the races that they came across. The swarm continued to build steadily, ever increasing in size and power. As they progressed, the Overmind sent out numerous deep space probes that scouted ahead of the swarm, searching for new worlds to plunder. Despite innumerable victories, the Overmind was greatly disturbed. The Overmind was aware that the Protoss had become a highly psionic race, able to bend and warp the very fabric of reality to their whims. It sought a way to counter the awesome might of the Protoss, but found no answers among the genetic strains it devoured. On the verge of despair, the Overmind made an amazing discovery. One of its deep space probes had relayed the location and vital statistics of a race that occupied a series of nondescript worlds right under the shadow of the Protoss. The new race, called humanity, was mere generations away from developing into a formidable psionic power, but the Overmind also knew that humanity was still in its infant stages, hardly capable of defending itself against the ravenous Zerg. Although a short-lived and seemingly frail species, the Overmind knew that humanity would be the final determinant in its victory over the Protoss. If it could assimilate the psionic potential of humanity, the Overmind would have the ability to combat the Protoss on its own terms. Thus, the Zerg swarm slowly made their way towards the burgeoning worlds of humanity. The journey lasted for 60 years, but eventually the massive extended Zerg swarm reached the outskirts of the Terran sector of Koprulu. Sending in a scouting brood, the Overmind soon discovered that the humans dwelt on over a dozen different worlds within the sector. Seeding the atmosphere of the planet called Chau Sara with rudimentary hive spores, the Overmind began to unfold its master plan to enslave humanity. The hive spores gradually drifted down to the surface of Chau Sara and saturated the ground with their denuding alien toxins. Although the human colonists had no idea that the Zerg had subtly infested the topsoil of their world, Zerg minions began to descend to the planet's surface and construct their bizarre structures and hive clusters. Once the infestation of the colony was well underway, the Overmind sent its voracious children to the other nearby worlds. Insidious and elusive in their tasks, the agents of the Overmind soon infested the colonial worlds of Chau Sara, Marsara, Brontes, and Dylar IV, unnoticed by the denizens of those colonies. Yet from out of the cold void of space, a mighty fleet of Protoss warships emerged to combat the Zerg invasionary forces. The Overmind, anxious to learn what it could about the enigmatic Protoss, decided to let them hamper the initial infestation process. Holding its ravenous warriors at bay, the Overmind watched as the Protoss razed the colony of Chau Sara. Apparently, the Protoss were aware that the hive spores had already despoiled the planet and, seeking to prevent further infestation, incinerated the planet. Such decisive action pleased the Overmind, who could only marvel at how the Protoss wrought absolute devastation with such grace and power. Knowing that the upcoming conflict would be the greatest challenge of its existence, the Overmind pulled its forces back to observe how the Protoss and humanity would react next. Zerg species overview. The Zerg are composed of several different types of creatures that have been integrated into the swarm by the Overmind. These creatures, or breeds, have been selectively evolved to become efficient killers and to assist the Zerg in their quest for ultimate power. The Zerg do not utilize technology in the common sense, but their natural weaponry and armor is comparable to the most advanced gadgetry employed by any other species. This biological evolution, combined with an unmatched savagery and their blind devotion to the Overmind, make the Zerg an extremely formidable and deadly foe. Zerg life cycle. The Zerg do not train or manufacture their military like other species. Instead, a central hatchery produces larvae, which in turn metamorph into the various Zerg breeds. This system of creation is both an advantage and a drawback, as all Zerg production is necessarily centralized. Great care must be taken to guard the hatchery, and it is advisable to quickly create new hatcheries for increased larvae production. The creep. Zerg structures are effectively giant organs, making a Zerg colony a living creature. To provide the required nourishment and infrastructure, the Zerg produce a living carpet of biomatter that invading forces have dubbed the creep. Creep, produced by both hatcheries and the aptly named creep colonies, will spread rather quickly across any fertile ground. The hatchery is the only structure that can be built without the benefit of existing creep, since it has been genetically designed to automatically produce enough to fuel its own growth. The creep itself is extremely durable and capable of near instantaneous regeneration, only retreating from infested ground when a hatchery or colony is destroyed. Regeneration. Perhaps the greatest advantage of the Zerg and their biological nature is an amazing healing and regenerative ability. A Zerg colony will remain viable unless every creature and structure is completely destroyed, as even a Zerg on the verge of death will eventually return to full health. Control. The Zerg Overmind maintains a constant psionic link with its servants, but in order to issue commands on an individual level, it must use overlords to relay its orders to the other Zerg breeds. A Zerg colony cannot grow beyond the collective ability of all overlords to provide the necessary amount of control. The current level of control is always displayed in the upper right hand corner of the main screen, and selecting any individual overlord will also display the current level of control required and provided. Zerg units, larvae, type Hivespawn, core genus, original Zerg strain, primary attack, none. The closest creatures to the original Zerg insectoids are the Zerg larvae. Although their size and toughness were greatly boosted by the Xel'Naga during their experiments, they still possess the two traits that originally intrigued the ancient masters: genetic versatility and psychic sensitivity. Each larva contains within it the genetic makeup of every other Zerg breed. A young hive will only have the genetic code for the most basic of Zerg breeds, such as the drone, but as it grows and develops new structures, the larvae can expand their library of genetic strains. With a command from the Overmind, the larvae will enter a pupal state and begin the metamorphosis into whichever breed is required by the hive. Drone, type Hive Worker, core genus Gasher Wasp, primary attack Spines. The savage Gasher wasps of Elderstein were initially inducted into the swarm to serve as resource gatherers. Over time, they became drones, engineered with the larvae's ability to break down their own genetic coding and transform themselves into rudimentary Zerg structures. A transforming drone needs the creep to provide nourishment and mass to support its new form. Like the larvae, drones are controlled by the overlords who monitor their progress through a type of instinctive telepathy. Drones are also unusually single-minded about their tasks, diligently working even through raging combat. Burrow. Drones have shown the ability to burrow into the ground when under attack. This technique allows them to remain concealed from their enemies while regenerating or waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Overlord, type Airborne Commander, Heavy Transport, Advanced Strains, core genus Gargantus Proxima, primary attack, none, may house other breeds. The semi-intelligent spacefaring behemoths known as the Gargantus Proxima were inducted into the swarm so that their heightened senses could benefit Zerg warriors in battle. The Gargantus flyers were assimilated into the swarm so well that the Cerebrates used them to maintain control over their forces. Overlords keep the warriors of the swarm ordered and coordinated during battle, and with their enhanced senses, they often serve as advanced scouts. They have the innate ability to sense any hidden enemy units, including those under the effects of cloaking systems or distortion fields. In addition to commanding troops against their enemies, the overlords also have the responsibility of transporting Zerg warriors within the hollows of their reinforced carapace hides. This particular breed of overlord can only be bred from a lair or hive after being genetically enhanced with ventral sacs. Zergling, type Light Assault Warrior, core genus Zgashi Dune Runners, primary attack Claws. The small savage dune runners of the sand world Zagash were incorporated into the Zerg swarm to serve as scouts and initial assault troops. Although the Zerglings are little more than feral animals, they work well in large groups under the command of larger Zerg warriors. The voracious Zerglings are fond of ripping enemies to shreds with their razor limb sickles and fangs. Because the genetic code of the Zergling is so simple to replicate, a single larva can spawn two separate Zerglings. And burrow, same abilities before. Like the drone, some Zerglings have been noted to burrow underground to set up ambushes or to protect themselves from airstrikes. Care should be taken when scouting for resources in Zerg inhabited areas, as any number of Zerglings could be lying in wait for the unwary. Hydralisk. Type medium assault warrior. Core genus Slothian. Primary attack Needle Spines. This peaceful herbivore herds of Slothian were assimilated into the Zerg swarm in order to produce one of the most fierce and diabolical of the Zerg strains. The evolutionary matrix of the caterpillar-like Slothian was supercharged by the Overmind, twisting the hapless creatures into the nightmarish killers known as Hydralisks. These once mild creatures now hunger for blood and violence, and they are infamous for acting in a particularly sadistic fashion. The spiny, snake-like Hydralisks house thousands of armor-piercing spines within their upper carapace plates. These spines can be fired in volleys at enemies approaching from either the ground or the air, and mass groups of Hydralisks should be approached with extreme caution. Burrow. Hydralisks are especially fond of lying in wait for their prey. Groups of them have been observed burrowing into the ground in the pathway of civilian workers, uncovering themselves when they sense an opponent is near. Ultralisk. Type Heavy Assault Warrior. Core genus Brontolith. Primary attack Kaiser Blades. Bearing little resemblance to the docile Brontolith that they were evolved from, the dreaded Ultralisk is the most powerful of the Zerg ground forces. They serve as the backbone of the swarm's armies and should be considered as dangerous as any armoured vehicle. These massive monstrosities are used as living battering rams against all manner of enemies. The large bone-like scythes that protrude from their backs are nearly indestructible, allowing them to tear through most known substances with ease. The best way to approach these creatures is from the air. Mutalisk. Type Medium Attack Flyer. Core genus Manta Screamer. Primary attack Glaive Worm. The Mutalisk has been little changed from its original form. The roving Manta Screamer of the desolate Daenerys sector, capable of both atmospheric and deep space flight, Mutalisks are the primary flying force of the Zerg. They attack by expelling a voracious symbiote that rapidly slices its way through opposing forces. Guardian form. Mutalisks can also metamorph into another form, which is believed to be based on the nesting form of the Manta Screamer. The Zerg Guardian has a thicker armoured carapace and attacks by lobbing explosive gobs of acid, which have a much longer range than the Mutalisk's spray. This acid can only be directed at targets on the ground below. Guardians have no natural defences against aerial opponents. Scourge. Type High-Speed Attacker. Core genus Unknown. Primary attack Plasma Metamorphosis. In stark contrast to the lumbering Guardian is a tiny Scourge. These blind terrors seek out enemy starships and dive into them. Catalytic agents found within the body of the Scourge cause it to explode like a living plasma bomb when it smashes itself against the hull of a larger vessel. Larger numbers of these creatures can cripple a squad of fighters or even a battlecruiser. Like the Zergling, the simplistic genetic makeup of the Scourge allows two of them to hatch from a single egg. Queen. Type Hive Warden. Core genus Arachnus Broodkeeper. Primary attack None. The Zerg Queen does not produce larvae, as her name might suggest, but she has earned her royal status from her ability to spawn numerous other parasitic creatures. The Queen has no natural armament of her own, and since her lightly armoured body leaves her vulnerable to attack, she usually stays near the central hive to watch over maturing Zerg. Parasite. By attaching this tiny remora-like parasite to another unit, the Queen can allow the Overmind to see through the eyes of the enemy. The parasite is not readily visible and once detected can only be removed by killing its host. Spawn broodlings. The Queen launches a small glob of spores at an enemy ground unit. The spores attempt to fertilize any organic matter that they come in contact with and are capable of eating through the armor shell of tanks and Goliaths to reach the occupants within. Victims are instantly metabolized and used to feed the growth of a pair of broodlings, which hatch within moments. This explosive birth is fatal to the hapless host. The broodlings are small but vicious and will attack any nearby enemies. Ensnare. The queen sprays her victims with a thick mucus that slows down advancing or retreating forces. This biological film will eventually dissolve. Infestation. The most feared of the Queen's abilities is the power to infest a Terran command center and bring its occupants under the Overmind's control. The Queen must enter a badly damaged command center and saturate it with parasitic biotoxins. Once infested, the command center's occupants can be turned into mindless suicide soldiers. Infested Terran. Once Terran soldiers and civilians, the infested victims of the Zerg are completely consumed by the will of the Overmind, their bodies twisted and mutated to produce extremely unstable chemicals. Infested soldiers long only to find the swarm's enemies and destroy them by detonating their own bodies in a cloud of toxic fluid. As with the other Zerg ground units, an infested Terran also has the ability to burrow. Defiler. Type Viral Shock Trooper. Core genus unknown. Primary attack none. Defilers are the perfect example of the fanatic and sadistic nature of the Zerg. Like the larvae, the Defiler carries within it the genetic code of every other Zerg breed, but it does not produce them. To the contrary, the Defiler uses the genetic matrices to produce cancer-like toxins, which have dramatic and deadly effects. The Defiler prefers to avoid direct combat, relishing instead in the use of its unique biochemical abilities. Burrow. Defilers can also burrow into the ground like their lesser brethren. A common tactic of these vile creatures is to attack until they run out of prepared toxins, and then burrow down until they can rejuvenate their stores of venom. Dark Swarm. The body of a defiler is covered with a countless number of smaller creatures that feed off each other. By spontaneously launching a number of these creatures into the fray, the defiler can create a thick cloud of living insects to distract the swarm's enemies and provide cover for other breeds. Plague. With this ability, the defiler produces a batch of corrosive spores that it then explosively projects in a dense cloud around its enemies. This highly toxic cloud corrodes anything caught within its midst. Consume. As the only breed in the swarm to show tendencies of cannibalism, the defiler sometimes feeds off of its own species to regain lost energy. While this practice is particularly repulsive to most civilized species in the galaxy, it has proven to be an effective, if unsavory, tactic. And then This once valiant Terran, Terran warrior is now prepared to give his life for the glory of the Overmind. Zerg structures. Hatchery. The hatchery is the heart of any Zerg cluster. It acts not only as a resource return point and processing center, but it produces the larvae from which all other Zerg are spawned. Larvae are produced at a steady rate and will stay near the hatchery of their creation. Like all Zerg structures, hatcheries are living organisms that deal damage over time, making them very difficult to eradicate. The hatchery is the only structure that can be built without the benefit of existing creep, since it has been genetically designed to automatically produce enough to fuel its own growth. Creep colonies, however, are required to extend this biomatter further. Burrowing. Accepting the massive ultralisk, all Zerg creatures that inhabit the ground may gain the ability to bury themselves beneath any surface. Lair. A hatchery that matures or evolves into a lair benefits from both increased toughness and extended access to the stored genetic knowledge of the Overmind. This allows Zerg drones to metamorph into more complex structures, which in turn provide the genetic code needed by larvae to metamorph into new breeds. Ventral sacs. Overlords can be genetically altered to develop large areas on their underbodies that are capable of carrying other Zerg. Antennas. As antennas are capable of vastly increasing the sensory range of an overlord, many brood leaders are altered in this way. Pneumatized carapace. Biologically modified Vespene gas is stored in the carapace and grants improved mobility to the overlord. Hive. The most evolved form of the hatchery is the hive, protected by a dense exoskeleton and granted full access to the Overmind's pool of knowledge. A hive enables its cluster to produce the most sophisticated breeds and structures to be found within the swarm. Extractor. Zerg rely on the high energy state of Vespene gas to power their incredible metabolisms and fuel the accelerated growth of their larvae. The extractor is essentially a giant organ that sits atop a Vespene geyser and packages the gas into small flesh-wrapped sacs that can be easily carried by Zerg drones to a nearby hatchery for absorption. Since the extractor lives on Vespene gas itself, it does not need to be built on an area already covered in creep. Creep colony. Creep colonies generate and maintain the thick, organic biomatter that other Zerg structures need to function. The colony will continue to produce an ever-expanding zone of infested terrain until it reaches its maximum range of influence. Even before creep colonies blanketed its immediate surroundings with creep, it can be transformed to provide either air or ground defense for the hive cluster. Spore colony. When a creep colony metamorphs into a spore colony, it grows a special sentry organ exactly like those found in overlords. This sentry cluster gives the spore colony the innate ability to detect, cloaked, and concealed units. The spore colony also produces a corrosive variation of the creep that it can launch at passing air units. Sunken colony. While the spore colony provides excellent defense against aerial assaults, the sunken colony protects the hive cluster from ground-based attacks. Rooting itself deep within the creep, the sunken colony grows multiple tendrils that it can use to attack any enemies that come too close to its deadly grasp. Okay, be right back. Another break. Okay, 15-minute break is done. Now, where was I? Spawning pool. Contained within the primordial ooze of this spawning pool is the basic genetic makeup of the most prolific of the Zerg warrior breeds, the ravenous Zergling. Once grown, the spawning pool provides this genetic information to any larvae produced by the same cluster, allowing them to metamorph into Zergling. Metabolic boost. This alteration of Zergling physiology serves to increase their reflexes and rate of movement. Adrenal glands. Changing this delicate glandular balance induces a kind of battle frenzy that increases the rate at which Zerglings attack. Evolution chamber. The Overmind knows that the complacency is the road to defeat, and it works constantly to further evolve its children and to make them more efficient killers. The Evolution Chamber provides a testing ground for the Overmind to manipulate the genetic code of its lesser spawn, gifting them with enhanced physical abilities. Upgrade melee attacks. This evolution enhances the natural weaponry of the Zergling and Ultralisk. Upgrade missile attacks. This evolution enhances the natural weaponry of the Drone, Hydralisk, and Defiler. Upgrade ground carapace. This evolution enhances the natural defenses of all ground-based minions of the swarm. Hydralisk Den. The Hydralisk Den bears only a passing resemblance to the nest of the once peaceful Slothian that the Hydralisks were evolved from. The slime-covered walls of this vile place contain within them the knowledge necessary for a hive cluster to produce Hydralisk warriors. Muscular augments. Hydralisks can be genetically altered for increased musculature such that their rate of locomotion is greatly enhanced. Grooved spines. This subtle variation in the needle spines of the Hydralisk allows for an increased attack range. Nidus Canal. The precise origin of the Nidus Canal is unknown, and the exact process of its operation is also a mystery. The initial canal entrance is created, and then when a subtle site is found, a sister entrance can be opened. The canal then enables Zerg ground units to travel from one end to the other at extremely high speed, regardless of intervening terrain. This enables multiple hatcheries located across a large area to function as one unified nest, with Zerg warriors traveling from one combat zone to another quickly and efficiently. Spire. The mantis screamers that were assimilated and turned into the terrifying mutalisks once built their towering nests on lifeless worlds using any surfaces that could be found. The spire, though similar in appearance to the mantis Ares, has been altered to sustain itself by feeding on the creep. Flyer attacks. This evolution enhances the natural weaponry of the Mutalisk, Guardian, and Queen. Flyer carapace. This evolution enhances the natural defenses of all aerial minions of the swarm. Greater Spire. The armored Greater Spire carries the genetic code for the deadliest Zerg flyers and can be used to further enhance and evolve existing breeds. This structure enables the deadly Mutalisk to transform into its Guardian aspect, in which it sacrifices its speed and aerial assault to gain the ability to attack ground-based enemies with devastating effect. Queen's Nest. The Queen's Nest is a festering mound of living organisms that live off of the creep and provide the Queen with her various abilities. The many holes around the base of the nest house numerous colonies of parasitic creatures that are nurtured by the Queen herself. These children, in turn, willingly sacrifice themselves to serve the Overmind as required. Gamete meiosis. By increasing the reproductive rate of the symbiotic and parasitic creatures that serve the Queen, her ability to spawn these creatures is augmented. Spawn broodlings. The Queen spawns broodlings by first infesting her victim with self-replicating spores. Upon maturation, the broodlings erupt from their host and search for new enemies. Ensnare. The Queen vomits forth spores that secrete a sticky mucus, slowing any units that become enmeshed in her gelatinous trap. Infestation. By infesting the Terran command center with her parasitic biotoxin, the Queen brings volatile new creations into the swarm. Ultralisk Cavern. Deep within the shell cavern are numerous high radiation deposits and dangerous substances. The extremely hostile environment within the cavern is what gives the mighty Ultralisk its unearthly toughness. Its genetic material has been subjected to countless tests and experiments, and only the final viable code is used to provide Zerg larvae with the key necessary to metamorph into a new Ultralisk. Defiler Mound. The area around the Defiler's lair is littered with mineral chunks that have become tainted by the venomous essence of the Defiler itself. The bottom of the mound is a disgusted pool of cancerous soup, strewn with a tangled mass of horribly twisted biological rejects. From this organic poison comes the various venoms that are used by the Defiler as weapons against the enemies of the swarm. Metasynaptic code. By stimulating the growth of this portion of the Defiler brainstem, this mutation increases the rate at which biotoxins are secreted. Plague. The Defiler releases acidic toxins that cause damage to anything trapped within this corrosive cloud. Consume. By devouring members of its own brood, the Defiler can absorb the vital energies of its victims. Zerg broods. Although there is very little known about the different broods that comprise the Zerg swarms, some Terran scientists have attempted to document and classify a few of the larger broods that have ransacked their colonies. It seems clear that each distinct brood stems from a unique cerebrate that carries out the will of the Overmind. Each cerebrate is empowered to build its own brood to accomplish its specified goals. Although the broods are difficult to distinguish from one another, Terran scouts have witnessed that they vary in functionality and purpose. It has been noted that certain broods work with each other in unison, as if they were operating as cohesive detachments of a larger tactical force. Terran explorers have named each discernible brood with names of ancient beasts from old Earth mythologies. Okay, first up is the Command Wing. Tiamat, Cerebrate Dagoth. Estimated size 6,500,000. All strains. Primary directive Command Fleet. Brood color red. Tiamat is the largest and most powerful brood within the extended swarm. It is speculated that the Overmind itself is protected deep within the safety of this living fleet. The most advanced overlords and queens define the rigid infrastructure of Tiamat and help to drive the lesser broods to total domination over their enemies. Tiamat excels at tactical space combat and only dispatches its ravenous surface attackers under the most dire of circumstances. Fenris, Cerebrate Nargil. Estimated size 5,500. Various strains. Primary directive, Hunter Swarm. Brood color green. The Fenris brood is known for its superior tracking abilities and is often called upon to hunt down escaped breeders and wayward enemies of the swarm across wild terrain or through the endless void of space. Although the numbers of this brood are few, it carries out its pursuit with merciless precision and cunning. Their primary role, however, is to find new races and genetic strains that will benefit the swarm through absorption. Once an acceptable race is found, the Fenris brood will hound it until it has been either assimilated by the Overmind or eradicated completely. Balrog, Cerebrate Gorn. Estimated size 6,000. Primary directive Terror Squad. Brood color white. The Balrog brood consists of the most fearsome of all Zerg warriors, ravenous and bloodthirsty to the extreme. The Balrog brood is often called upon to sow terror and confusion amongst enemy ranks, resorting to atrocious acts of cannibalism and indiscriminate slaughter. Balrog typically causes enemy warriors to flee for their lives or turn upon their own kind in order to find some desperate means of escape from the horrendous Zerg onslaught. Okay, so then the next three are the primary strike force. Primary strike force. Okay, so then we got orange. Is Garm. Led by Zaj. Now write down the other two as well. Jormungand is purple. Led by Arak. And then blue is Surtur. Led by Kag. Okay. Garm, Zaj, Cerbert Zaj, estimated size 10,000, various strains, primary directive, primary assault force, brood colour orange, Jormungand. Named after the fierce hellhound of Norse myth, Garm strikes with alarming speed and ferocity. The minions of this brood excel at hit-and-run raids that weaken their enemies' defensive formations. Zaj, the cunning Cerbrit of this brood, delights in preemptive attacks, relying chiefly upon surprise to throw enemy forces into total chaos. Jormungand, Cerbrit Arak, estimated size 3 million, all strains, primary directive, primary support force, brood colour purple. The Jormungand brood is one of the most heavy-handed of the Zerg attack forces, typically called upon to follow Garm's preemptive strikes. Jormungand brood pacifies all other resistance to the swarm. Jormungand relies on strength of numbers and brute force to overcome any foe and excels at ground-based combat and direct unit-to-unit warfare. Surtur, Cerbrit Kag, estimated size 2,600,000, primary directive, heavy support force, brood colour blue. Should the Jormungand brood fail to achieve total victory over an enemy force, the Surtur brood is released into the combat zone. Named after the fiery titan of destruction from Norse mythology, the Surtur brood is let loose upon any remaining enemy warriors. This brood is so completely destructive, when unleashed it is kept restrained within the recesses of the Zerg fleet and is only called upon under the most extreme circumstances. The Surtur brood has been known to eradicate friendly Zerg troops as well as enemies in his furious rampages. Okay, next up, the Protoss. StarCraft, Protoss history, the Xel'Naga and the Firstborn. Although only fragmented documentation remains, ancient Protoss texts speak of a highly advanced race that ruled over thousands of worlds in the galaxy tens of millions of years ago. This enigmatic race, often called the Xel'Naga or Wanderers from Afar, was rumoured to have seeded and cultivated thousands of various species on the cold and barren worlds within their domain. Protoss traditions hold that the Xel'Naga were a peaceful and benevolent race, utterly consumed with the study and propagation of sentient evolution within the universe. Nothing is known of the origin of the Xel'Naga, save that they were not native to the galaxy over which they held sway. Obsessed with fashioning the perfect life form, the Xel'Naga laboured to create a creature that would be defined by a distinct purity of form. For thousands of years, they carefully steered the delicate evolutionary processes of their budding species, although their protracted experiments produced many intriguing deviants and mutations. The races that the Xel'Naga cultivated always fell short of their enormous expectations. Despairing at last, the Xel'Naga focused their frustrated efforts on the most promising of their engineered worlds. Air, a massive jungle world on the galaxy's fringe, had become a race of highly advanced beings. These beings were incredibly adapted to harsh natural conditions and climates. Their strength and speed were unparalleled amongst the other races known to the Jelnaga. The race had even developed a rudimentary tribal society based upon group hunting and warrior rule. However, their most distinct aspect was that they communicated with each other through a very complex method of instinctive telepathy, allowing them to operate communally with striking efficiency. The Jelnaga were pleased with the progress of their latest creation and conceded that the new race was the first of all their experiments to evolve beyond the feral constraints of baser life forms. To signify their ascension in the galactic order, the Jelnaga gave the new race the name of Protoss, or the Firstborn. The early Protoss lived in harmony and seclusion upon the world of Aor for hundreds of generations, never knowing of the Jelnaga who watched over them from afar. Although the Protoss were the most advanced species to arise, the Jelnaga were still unsatisfied with their slow progress and saw fit to drive the Protoss' evolution even further. The Jelnaga spent yet another millennium subtly getting the steps of their children, eventually succeeding in leading the Protoss to the state of total sentience and awareness. The Firstborn gradually became highly intellectual and introspective, achieving great heights in not only their cultural advancements, but personal individualistic advancements as well. Exhilarated by their seeming success, the Jelnaga finally made themselves known to the Protoss, never suspecting the chaos that was to come. The Departure and the Aeon of Strife. Aeon of Strife. The Protoss civilization spread across the face of Aer within only a few thousand years, eventually culminating with the warring tribes settling under a centralized rule. In an attempt to discern the full extent of their creation's evolution, the Jelnaga had come down from the heavens and integrated themselves into the Protoss culture. The arrival of the Jelnaga seemed to bring the scattered tribes even closer together, as the overjoyed Protoss looked to their wizened creators for new truths and insights. The Jelnaga marveled at how driven the Protoss were to plumb the mysteries of the universe around them. The Protoss harbored an insatiable lust for knowledge, and that led them to develop radical, progressive streams of scientific and meta-neural study. As their understanding and personal awareness grew, the Protoss became exceedingly proud and began to see more value in personal achievements than communal advancement. The more successful tribes began to isolate themselves from one another, each seeking to define their own roles, not only within their immediate society, but within the greater universe as well. As the tribes grew further and further apart, the Jelnaga reeled in frustration. They speculated that perhaps they had pushed the evolution of the Protoss too far, marring the purity of their creation. Many Jelnaga believed that the Protoss had lost their greatest strengths as individual egos arose to overpower the once primary communal link. The tribes, driven by individualistic pursuits, rekindled their own ancient principles and rites in order to set themselves even further apart from their brethren. Where once there was only awe and reverence for their creators, suspicions began to brew amongst the tribes regarding the interests of the Jelnaga in their affairs. As months passed in Aer, the Protoss began to shy away from their Jelnaga teachers, and each tribe cultivated wild and unsubstantiated rumors of their creator's supposed treachery. Attempting to completely sever themselves from the rest of their race, the tribes began to lose the connection to their primal psychic link. This breakdown in the inherent empathy of the Protoss for one another did the most to dissolve the last remnants of unity and brotherhood amongst them. The severing of the psychic link was also the greatest sign to the Jelnaga that the Protoss had tragically lost the most fundamental element of their greatness. Believing that they had made a grave mistake in pushing their failed creation too fast, the Xel'Naga made to depart Aer forever. The suspicious Protoss, at hearing of their creator's departure, reacted with a rash, violent attack upon the Xel'Naga's world ships. Many hundreds of Xel'Naga were murdered by the raging Protoss, who only decades before had worshipped them as gods. The Xel'Naga fended off the Protoss' reckless attack and sorrowfully launched the greater number of their massive ships into the trackless void beyond Aer. The Protoss tribes, left confused and abandoned in the wake of the departure, turned on each other in despair. What followed has been recorded as the bloodiest, most violent civil war ever recorded in galactic history, the Aeon of Strife. The raging battles waged during the Aeon of Strife were fought by countless generations of Protoss, all bent on perpetuating the guilt and blame for their abandonment. Although few actual records remain from this lost period of Protoss history, it is clear that the Firstborn devolved into frantic legions of merciless killers. Driven by centuries of unthinking hatred towards their brethren, entire generations of Protoss lived and died without ever knowing the legacies of their past or of the primal psychic bond that their forefathers had once shared. It is legend that even the greater landmasses of Aer were devastated by the epic struggle between the maddened tribes. It seemed that the whole of the once glorious Protoss culture was precariously poised upon the precipice of total annihilation. Kala, the Path of Ascension. Although there were many different factions that led to the ending of the Aeon of Strife, one unprecedented discovery is cited with bringing about the radical changes of the Second Age. As the ancient vicious blood feuds continued to take their toll upon yet another generation of Protoss warriors, one eccentric mystic stumbled upon a pivotal insight. The mystic, whose true name has been forgotten in the annals of history, was eventually named Cass, or He Who Brings Order. Cass, having studied the archaic, forbidden teachings of the Xel'Naga, unearthed ancient, monolithic artifacts known as the Terran crystals. The crystals left behind by the Xel'Naga were fundamental in facilitating their protogenetic experiments. Cass was able to channel the primal energies of the crystals through himself, allowing him to access the primordial psychic bond of his race. For the first time in thousands of years, the primal chord of the Protoss was tapped. Flooded by emotions emanating from every member of his race, Cass became aware that the Protoss had not lost their primal link, but had simply forgotten how to attune themselves to it. Horrified by the warring emotions that had been tearing his race apart for countless centuries, Cass began to search for a way to heal the searing pains of his people. Cass, gathering many young Protoss together, was able to teach the new generation of warriors how to access their latent psychic bond. These young ones, suddenly free to distance themselves from the horrendous strife around them, were able to see clearly that the conflict of their race was folly. They believed that the Xel'Naga had been right to abandon them, and that because their racial essence had been corrupted by the rise of ego, that they were indeed a failed creation. They maintained, however, that because their inherent failure was not of their own doing, the inner conflict of the Protoss and racial turmoil was baseless and hollow. Cass developed a radical system of psychic progression that he hoped would discipline the new generation and keep them from repeating the tragic mistakes of their ancestors. His theory, known as the Kala, or Path of Ascension, called all Protoss to forsake their own whims and strive to reunify their once mighty communal race. The greatest hope of Cass was that the Kala would instill a new sense of essence and vitality within the Protoss race. Slowly, many Protoss gave up their ages-old feuds and rallied behind the ever-growing legions of the Kali. This marked the true turning point in the Aeon of Strife and led to the rise of the Second Age. As the terrible wars subsided and the tribes once more began to heal and bond, the premise of the Kala began to permeate even the deepest, most fundamental roots of Protoss society. Okay. So that's 25 minutes of talking. So another 15-minute break. Okay, so I'll continue reading at 1925. set alarm. Okay. Daful, the stewardship. The Kala, primarily meant to define a rigid system of behavior, also call for a shift from tribal society to a caste system. All members of the Protoss tribes were split into three new castes: the Judicators, the Kali, and the Templar. This shift worked to remove the last remnants of the old hostilities between the tribes and strengthen the resolve of the Protoss to embrace a new beginning. The Judicator caste was comprised of Protoss elders and statesmen, with its main responsibility being the governing of the Protoss under the dictates of the Kalas law. The Judicator assembly was ruled over by a small group of elders known as the Conclave. The second caste, known as the Kali, comprised of the greater bulk of Protoss society. The Kali caste represented the driving industrialists, scientists, and workers who continued to rebuild their homelands after the harsh conflicts of the Aeon of Strife. The third caste, called the Templar, were the holy warriors and defenders of Ire, who followed the Kali's disciplines to achieve ever-escalating pinnacles of psionic power. Under the new leadership of the Conclave and their Judicator administrates, and armed with the zealous might of the Templar, the Protoss soon rebuilt their decimated world of Ire into a bustling paradise, with their growing prosperity leading them to rediscover many of the sciences and studies they had lost. The Protoss learned to travel amongst the stars. Over the course of only a few hundred years, the Protoss conquered hundreds of worlds within their corner of the galaxy, and spread the fruits of their great civilization to many of the more advanced races that they encountered. All in all, the Protoss inadvertently succeeded in reclaiming an eighth of the worlds once presided over by the Xel'Naga. In keeping with the strict codes of the Kala, the Protoss took upon themselves the burden of the De'ul, or Great Stewardship. Following the ancient traditions of the Xel'Naga, the De'ul called for the Protoss to protect and safeguard the lesser races that lived under their shadow. Unlike their predecessors, however, the Protoss refused to manipulate or interfere in the evolutionary processes of the lesser races under their protection. Ever vigilant against the xenomorphic threats, the Protoss kept a close watch over their unsuspecting wards. But much like the Xel'Naga many millennia before, the Protoss kept their presence hidden from the lesser races in their care. Many hundreds of species grew and thrived on the various worlds within their space, never knowing that they were secretly guarded from on high. The Dark Templar. Although their new enlightened civilization grew and thrived, the Protoss Conclave kept a dark, shameful secret hidden from the masses. There were a few dissident tribes who refused to embrace the Kala, believing that their individual identities would be erased to further promote the Judicator rule. The rogue tribes were not hostile or militant, but they believed that the Conclave's communal agenda would be the eventual doom of their race. Thus, the knowledge of the rogue tribes was kept hidden, for the Conclave believed that their aberrant influence might spread throughout Protoss society and destroy all that Cass and had accomplished. Convinced that the rogue tribes constituted a palpable threat to the new order, the Conclave ordered the Templar forces to eradicate the dissidents. The Templar, led by a young warrior named Adun, could not bring themselves to slaughter their wayward brethren. Instead, the idealistic Adun attempted to hide the rogue tribes away from the sight of the Conclave. Adun believed that he could convince the rogues of the Kala's truth by teaching them how to manipulate their own latent psionic powers. Although their powers equaled those of the mighty Templar, the rogues still refused to submit their passionate, free spirits to the Kala. Without the discipline of the path of ascension, the powers of the rogues spiraled out of control and unleashed horrible, devastating storms across the fields of Ire. The Conclave, shocked that the Templar had not destroyed the rogue tribes, attempted to salvage the desperate situation. If the Conclave punished Adun and the Templar for their insubordination, it would be forced to publicly admit the existence of the rogues. Thus, the Conclave decided to banish the wayward tribes from Ayr forever. The Templar under Adun were sworn to silence as the rogues were loaded onto an ancient but functional Xel'Naga ship and launched into the void of space. Forever after, the rogue tribes would be known as the Dark Templar. Over time, the legend of the Dark Templar spread across the face of Ayr, sparking the imaginations of many young Protoss. To show their disdain for the Conclave and their judicator lackeys, the Dark Templars ceremoniously cut off their nerve appendages, effectively severing themselves from basic communal link that all Protoss share. It was widely rumored that since the Shadow Hunters were cut off from the primal cord of their race, they were forced to draw their psionic energies from the dark, cold void of space. This tale, above all others, worked to incriminate the vagabond warriors for all time. Haunted and feared by their own brethren, the Dark Templar led a solitary existence within their spacefaring vessels. Traveling throughout the cold void of space, they never abandoned their love for Ayr, and thus worked to safeguard their long-lost homeworld in any way they secretly could. Humanity and the coming of the Zerg. The Protoss bore silent witness to the portentous arrival of humanity to their edge of space. Although the Protoss were uncertain of the vagabond origins of the Terrans, they knew that these volatile, short-lived humans would prove to be interesting study. 2 centuries passed as the Protoss watched over the budding Terran colonists. The Terrans had succeeded in building up rudimentary colonies on over a dozen worlds within the Protoss's borders. Although the technology of the Terrans was inferior to that of the Protoss, they adapted to the worlds upon which they lived and thrived. The Protoss found the Terrans to be fascinating in that they constantly fought against one another, yet still flourished and advanced their technologies and industries by leaps and bounds. The Protoss were alarmed at how quick the Terrans were to access and drain the natural resources from their various worlds. It seemed to the Protoss that the Terrans had no respect for the delicate balance of nature as they recklessly sped from one world to the next, leaving nothing but barren wastelands in their wake. Bidden by the strict dictates of the De'Ul, the Protoss were forbidden to directly interfere with the reckless Terrans, no matter how much they wished to do so. This disjointed relationship lasted for many years between the two races, yet a routine Protoss scouting mission found evidence that spelled certain doom for the hapless Terrans. The High Templar Tassadar, accompanied by his renowned Templar expeditionary force, found a number of small biological constructs floating near the borders of Protoss space. Upon close inspection, Tassadar deduced that the rather nondescript alien organisms were in fact deep space probes. Although Tassadar could not discern their point of origin, it was clear that they were heading towards the Koprulu sector of Terran colonies. Tassadar brought the living probes back to Ayr for immediate study. The strange aliens were unlike anything that the Protoss had ever seen before. The respective physiologies of the probes were apparently engineered for deep space travel and reconnaissance. In an attempt to discern their primary quarry, the Protoss focused the energies of the Kedaran crystals through the tiny minds of the probes. The Protoss were shocked to discover that the alien probes responded quickly and naturally to the powerful energies of the crystals. Their shock was garnered from the fact that only creatures born of the Xel'Naga's protogenetics could properly process the energies of the great crystals. More alarming was the vague thought stream that kept repeating over and over through the tiny brains of the probes. find humanity, eradicate, learn, evolve. The Protoss speculated that the probes were the harbingers of a bold new threat to their section of the galaxy. If the creatures were engineered with Xel'Naga technologies, they would be very advanced and extremely powerful. It seemed clear to the Protoss that this new race constituted a palpable danger to all living beings, and that wherever the greater bulk of the race was, it must still be searching for the unsuspecting colonists. The Protoss began to send out advanced scouts to scour the surrounding spaceways for any sign of alien invaders. Tassadar claimed that, under the dictates of the De'ul, it was the chosen responsibility of the Protoss to protect the races under their watch. The Conclave, however, argued that if the worthless race of Terrans had already been infested by some new threat, they must be put to the flame and eradicated. A great debate began between the Judicators and the Templar as to how they should involve themselves in the Terrans' imminent plight. The one fact that both castes agreed upon was that the creatures were undeniably engineered through Xel'Naga sciences, and if they were indeed created by the Ancient Ones, the Protoss had best be on their guard. It was agreed to send Tassadar and his expeditionary force to monitor the Terran worlds and attempt to discern the severity of the pending danger. To this end, Tassadar led his command ship, the Gantrathor, and an escort of massive Protoss warships towards the Terran sector of Koprulu. The beginning of the end. Upon arriving in the Terran sector, Tassadar's scouts found evidence that the mysterious alien threat had already begun to take its toll upon the Terran colonies. Upon closer inspection, Tassadar found that the fringe colony of Chau Sara had indeed been infested by alien organisms. The entire surface of the colony had been covered with a thick, toxic substance that continued to erode the planet's crust. To make matters worse, the aliens themselves had either infested or slaughtered most of the human colonists. Tassadar, horrified by the colony's devastation, could only wonder why the Terrans had not already rushed to aid their besieged world. The Conclave, hearing of the colony's fate, immediately ordered Tassadar to burn the entire planet of its infestation. Knowing that the burning would eradicate all life on the planet, Tassadar sorrowfully obeyed his masters. The lumbering Protoss warships poured up their weapons and opened fire upon the unsuspecting colony. This costly ploy was successful in destroying the alien infestation, but there were still a few neighbouring worlds that had no doubt been infested as well. Tassadar was ordered to burn those worlds and any other Terran settlement that had even the slightest possibility of infestation. While moving his fleet to the second infested colony of Mar Sara, Tassadar began to doubt the morality of his orders. The Terran warriors, caught completely by surprise by the initial attack of the Protoss upon Chau Sara, launched a fleet of starships to intercept Tassadar's fleet. The Terran fleet prepared to defend the colony from the Protoss, just as Tassadar commanded his ships to pull away and withdraw. Tassadar, struggling with his inner doubts, could not bring himself to destroy Mar Sara or the fleet that had come to protect it. He sought a way to defeat the aliens without arbitrarily wiping out humanity in the process. Thus engaged, Tassadar refused to follow the genocidal orders of his masters. Remaining with his fleet far outside the range of Terran sensors, Tassadar waited and watched as the alien presence continued to encroach across the Terran wastelands. Protoss species overview. In stark contrast to the adaptive Terrans and the feral Zerg, or the stolid, conservative Protoss, with their highly advanced technology and potent psionic abilities, the Protoss have long considered themselves the most powerful species in the known galaxy. Although they are not a prolific people, they have learned to bolster the ranks of their military with robotic war machines and to combine their intrinsic psionic ability with technology, thus producing some of the most effective warriors ever known. If the Protoss have a weakness, though, it is their refusal to accept change. The tenets of the Kala form a rigid path, and the Protoss are loath to deviate from it for fear of once again falling into civil strife. Shields. Defensive energy shields protect all Protoss military units, and this provides perhaps their greatest advantage in battle. During the Aeon of Strife, Protoss warriors used focused psionic energy to surround themselves in impregnable energy shields. Over time, Conclave scholars and Templar sages learned to reproduce the energy shield using induced psi-field generators, which allowed even the smallest robotic machine to surround itself with a protective field. Protoss energy shields are effective at stopping all manner of physical and energy attacks, but they can be depleted during an attack. Given time, a shield will recharge to full strength, and shield batteries can be accessed to increase the rate of this regeneration. Warp gates. The Protoss are a meticulous species, and their manufacturing techniques and tools have been developed over generations by the Kali workers. Protoss structures are produced on the Protoss homeworld of Ire. Robotic probes use special warp beacons to provide an anchor and entry point for a special warp gate that brings in the fully functional building from Ire. This allows the Protoss to quickly establish a base once they have created a psionic matrix. Psionic matrix. Protoss buildings and units, to a lesser extent, draw their energy from a great psionic energy matrix that emanates from Ire. While the Nexus provides a link to this matrix, pylons are needed to actually tap into the energy required to provide psionic energy, or psi, to new colonies. Each pylon generates a short-range aura of psi, which can provide the power needed by buildings and warp gates. If a Protoss building loses its connection to the psionic matrix, it will shut down until it is reconnected, and new units cannot be gated in if there is insufficient psi to provide them with power. Available psi energy is displayed in the upper right hand corner of the main screen, and selecting the pylon or attempting to warp into a new building will display a blue aura that represents the extent of the current psionic matrix. Protoss units. Probe. Role, resource gatherer, worker. Armament, particle beam. Probes are robotic drones that serve the Nexus and gather the numerous resources needed to power Protoss technologies. Probes also manufacture and plant the micro-beacons that anchor the teleport matrices of Protoss structures. These beacons allow the Protoss to warp in pre-fabricated buildings from their homeworld. Zealot. Role, assault warrior. Armament, psionic blades. Templar warriors who have yet to reach the upper levels of the Kala are known as zealots. These fearless warriors attune themselves to the Kala's disciplines and can invoke a near berserker rage while in battle. Enhanced with cybernetic grafts and outfitted with their coveted power suits, the zealots exemplify the unbridled ferocity of the Protoss at war. Their forearm units are capable of channeling psionic energy, manifesting it as deadly blades that are used as their primary melee weapon. Dragoon. Role, medium support warrior. Armament, phase disruptor. Veteran Protoss warriors who have been crippled or mortally wounded in combat can volunteer to continue their service to the Conclave by being transplanted into Dragoon exoskeletons. The shattered bodies of the volunteers are housed within large mechanical walkers. By focusing through the Kala, the fallen warriors can control the movements of the Dragoon as naturally as if they were within their former bodies. Dragoons provide essential supporting fire for the Zealot forces by launching bolts of anti-particles sheathed in a psychically charged field. These disintegration bolts are effective against both air and ground targets. High Templar. Role, psionic warrior. Armament, none. The High Templar are seasoned veteran warriors, or the Protoss army of the Protoss armies. Respected and honoured throughout the Protoss Empire for their bravery and prowess, the Templar are ever vigilant against threats to the Protoss homeworld of Ire. The High Templar have sacrificed the principles of martial training in order to more perfectly command the awesome psionic abilities that define their station. Psionic Storm. One of the first lessons of the Kala is how to close one's mind to the outside world. The Protoss are such powerful psychics that they can inadvertently send out psychic ripples that are disruptive to other life forms. With careful training, High Templar learn to focus these ripples into a storm of raw psychic energy that is capable of literally tearing apart the minds of lesser species. Hallucination. It is rumoured that some High Templar have learned to create illusionary duplicates of other beings. While these phantasms have no physical substance, they can be used to draw far away from the friendly units or sow confusion amongst enemy forces. Summon Archon. In times of great peril, two High Templar warriors can sacrifice themselves and merge together as a powerful psionic entity known as the Archon. Archon. Role: Heavy Assault Warrior. Armament: Psionic Shockwave. These swirling burning effigies of the Protoss spirit radiate incalculable power, and their devastating psionic storms can be unleashed against cowering enemy forces both in the air and on the ground. Although the Protoss are loath to sacrifice valuable Templar, those that do achieve this final level of commitment are honoured in the annals of the Templar archives. Reaver. Role: Heavy Mobile Artillery. Armament: Manufacturers Scarab drones. Automatons used primarily for ground support. The massive mechanical Reavers are renowned for their ability to level entire colonies in moments. The Reaver itself does not mount any weaponry, but instead houses a micro-manufacturing plant similar to the Protoss carrier. Create Scarab. Reavers house and construct tiny robotic drones called Scarabs. The Scarabs are launched in groups at enemy targets or installations. Unlike the interceptors found on Protoss carriers, the Scarabs do not return to the Reaver after they attack. Instead, they explode on impact, generating devastating electromagnetic fields that cause heavy damage to their targets. Scout. Role: High-speed fighter. Armament: Dual photon blasters. Antimatter missiles. Although the Protoss regard these powerful fighters as mere scouts, they are easily a match for most other flying vessels. Armed for both air and ground attacks, the main function of the scouts is to serve as point guards for the Protoss fleet, although they are often called upon to engage various hostile forces. Shuttle. Role: Armoured transport. Armament: None. Protoss shuttles are used to carry ground forces into the midst of battle. These robotic flyers are heavily armoured but maintain no offensive weaponry. Shuttles are large enough to carry even the massive Reavers within their hulls. Role: Arbiter. Role: Judicator Sanctum. Armament: Phase Disruptor Cannon. Shrouded in mystery and permeated by a latent psionic energy, the lumbering Arbiter ships often accompany Protoss warfleets into battle. Psychic Judicators crew the Arbiter ships, and they use the Arbiter as a focal point to project a reality warping field that serves to conceal all friendly units within close proximity. Since the Arbiter must be anchored firmly in space-time to safely generate such a large field, it is immune to the effects and remains visible even when surrounded by the field of another Arbiter. Recall. Shuttles serve as the primary transport vehicle for Protoss ground troops, but recently the Protoss have found that the ability to rapidly bring more fighting forces to war zones is invaluable. The recall ability creates a tear in the fabric of space-time, and any friendly units that enter the swirling vortex will instantaneously appear next to the Arbiter that initiated the effect. Stasis field. In addition to destabilizing the very fabric of the universe to generate its distortion fields, some Arbiters are capable of strengthening discrete pockets of space-time. Anything caught within these absolute pockets is beyond the reach of any normal interaction, friendly or otherwise. Units trapped in a stasis field can neither move nor attack and are completely immune to the effects of damage and special abilities. Okay, time for another break. Minutes. 8:05. Yeah, can't wait for all this reading to be done. Then I can get stuck into the game. It's important, all this, because it provides like history and background into each of the playable sides. Okay. Hopefully I'll get this finished before 8:30 and then I can get stuck into playing it. Okay, so carrier, role battle cruiser / command ship, armament manufacturers interceptors. The massive carriers serve as command centers for the leaders of the Protoss fleets. Heavily armored and shielded carriers can punch their way through enemy blockades by unleashing flights of robotic interceptors at vital enemy targets. Although the carriers have no weapon batteries or armaments of any kind, their deployment of interceptor flights makes them devastating in ship-to-ship battle. Build interceptor, the maneuverable computer-guided interceptors tear through enemy flight formations and relentlessly strafe slower targets with potent plasma charges. Manufactured and serviced inside of the carrier bays, a number of prepped interceptors can be launched in rapid succession. Observer, role, light non-combat scout, armament none. These small drones are employed to survey vast wasteland areas or observe and record battles for study within the archives. Their complex sensory array leaves little energy for defenses, but they can detect cloaked or concealed units with ease, making them invaluable on the battlefield. Observers that are used for deep space exploration are often deployed without any defensive systems, but when used in a combat zone, they are equipped with a micro-cloaking field to hide them from the enemy. Like the Arbiter, the Observer does not require any additional energy to maintain the field. Protoss buildings. Nexus. The mammoth pyramidal visage of the Nexus looms over each and every Protoss settlement. The Nexus serves as a psychic anchor, allowing the Protoss to access the psionic energy matrix from across the galaxy. The Nexus also manufactures the small robot probes that gather precious resources and lay down the warp beacons required to teleport in other Protoss buildings. Pylon. Carved from the sacred Kadarian crystals found only in the Protoss homeworld, pylons act as focal points for the psionic matrix emitted by the Nexus. The floating pylons can power any Protoss buildings within a large radius around them, and establishing a network of pylons is essential to properly expanding a new Protoss colony. Gateway. The swirling rift at the center of the massive gateway is where the highly trained Protoss ground troops can be warped in from their homeworld of Aer. Forge. Even though their technology is incredibly advanced when compared to that of other species, the Protoss constantly strive to enhance and refine their weapons and armor. Work at the Great Forge rarely ceases, as this edifice is where much of this research takes place. Upgrade ground weapons. This upgrade enhances the weapons employed by the Probe, Zealot, High Templar, and Dragoon. Upgrade shields. This upgrade intensifies the shields of Protoss units. Upgrade ground armor. This upgrade strengthens the armor worn by the Probe, Zealot, High Templar, Dragoon, and Reaver. Assimilator. Protoss buildings and equipment are mostly produced on Aer and warped to wherever they are needed. Raw materials, however, are still required both for shipment to the homeworld and the creation of the warp rifts used to bring in new items. Vespene gas is as prized by the Protoss as it is by the Terrans. The assimilator processes and packages the gas produced at any geisher it is constructed over. Cybernetics Core. The Cybernetics Core is a secondary Protoss building which houses the construction materials and automated factories essential to the production of the powerful Protoss Dragoons. Located deep within the core are the mysterious essence translators that bond the spirits of fallen Protoss to the cold metal exoskeletons of the Dragoons. Singularity charged. By employing technology that restructures antiparticle amplitudes, the Dragoon phase disruptor range is extended. Upgrade our weapons. This upgrade intensifies the weapons mounted on the Scout, Arbiter, and Carrier. Upgrade our armor. This upgrade strengthens the armor of all Protoss aerial units. Citadel of Adon. The ultimate goal of all Protoss warriors is to achieve the highest level of Kala. To this end, they spend much of their time in deep meditation and sparring with each other in the floating citadels, named for one of the greatest masters of the Kala. The citadels of Adon are centers of learning and research for acolyte warriors. Leg enhancements. Zealot power suits can be enhanced with cybernetic boosters that enable these warriors to close on their victims with frightening speed. Robotics facility. The Protoss rely on automated war machines to bolster their numbers and avoid the loss of Protoss life, while the robotics facility manufactures these vehicles. Other buildings are required to expand its capabilities. Robotics support bay. This secondary building is intended to bolster the capabilities of the robotic facility. While it does not manufacture new units itself, it can develop more efficient components for Protoss war machines. Upgrade Scarab damage. By synchronizing their electromagnetic fields, Scarabs are capable of delivering tremendous amounts of concussive damage. Increase Reaver capacity. By installing a neoteric micro manufacturing plant, the Reaver can increase the number of Scarabs that are stored within its hull. Gravitic drive. By combining anti-gravity theory with current repulsor technology, these engines provide increased speed for the shuttle. Observatory. History is of vital importance to the Protoss, as they believe that great events echo across space-time and serve as lessons for those wise enough to study them. Even during the Aeon of Strife, Protoss scribes recorded the wars and their heroes for future reference. The observatory is a modern refinement of the ancient scribe library, and it is here that the data gathered by the robot observers is recorded and catalogued for study by future generations of Protoss. Gravitic booster. By combining anti-gravity theory with current microthruster technology, these engines provide increased speed for the Protoss observer. Sensor array. Observers can be outfitted with enhanced scanners that enable this aerial automaton to better gather battlefield intelligence. Templar archives. Templar archives are dark, mysterious buildings that serve as training centers for the legions of the High Templar. These honored warriors, charged with wielding the awesome psionic powers of their race, use the archives to directly commune with their ancient ancestors and thereby gain knowledge inaccessible to ordinary warriors. Kadarian amulet. By equipping themselves with amulets carved from Kadarian crystal, the High Templar are able to channel the energies of the Kala with greater efficiency. Psionic storm. By opening their minds and unleashing raw psychic energy, the High Templar can assault multiple enemies at once. Hallucination. By learning this mental discipline, the High Templar can implant images within the minds of their enemies. While these phantasms have no substance, they are perfect replicas of the original. Stargate. The mighty warships of the Protoss fleet require a much stronger warp link than the gateway provides. The immense Stargate is capable of calling ships from high orbit around Ire to distant planet surfaces. Fleet beacon. Easily recognized, the fleet beacon is built around a huge sphere painstakingly carved from the largest and purest of Kadarian crystals. The beacon focuses psi through this sphere to strengthen and magnify the warp rift created by the Stargate, allowing it to teleport the largest of the Protoss warships. Apial sensors. Located in the nose section of the Protoss Scout, these special sensors provide longer sight range. Gravitic thrusters. By combining anti-gravity theory with current microthruster technology, these engines provide increased speed for the Protoss Scout. Increased carrier capacity. This upgrade refits the carrier with additional fighter bays. Arbiter Tribunal. The mighty Arbiter warships, surrounded as they are in a permanent distortion field, are extremely difficult to safely teleport. The Tribunal serves as a warp anchor of sorts, strengthening local spacetime so that the Arbiters may be brought through the Stargates. Kadarian core. By infusing pure Kadarian crystals into the heart of the ship's reactor, the Arbiter gains increased energy storage capacity. Recall. The development of space folding technology allows the Arbiter to act as an anchor point and instantly transport units to its location. Stasis. By manipulating space-time fields, the Arbiter can place units in a state of stasis. While the affected unit cannot move, it is also unaffected in any way by other units. Shield Battery. The shield battery has a Terran core that absorbs local psi energy and contains it until it is needed by nearby Protoss warriors. By touching one of the battery's many energy spokes, any friendly Protoss warrior or vehicle can rapidly recharge its own shield levels. The battery does have a limited capacity but will recharge itself over time. Careful deployment of multiple batteries can spell the difference between victory and defeat in any campaign. Photon Cannon. The Protoss revel in the glory of personal combat, but they also recognize the need for automated defenses to watch over their colonies. The Photon Cannon fires an encapsulated antimatter sphere similar to that generated by the Dragoon. It is an effective weapon against both air and ground targets. The cannons are also enhanced with special sensor technology borrowed from the Tiny Observer, enabling them to detect cloaked and hidden units. As with all Protoss buildings, care should be taken to provide ample pylon support for cannons should their link to the psionic matrix be broken. Protoss tribes. Although the Kala has called upon the Protoss to forsake their ancient tribal society and embrace the new castes of Judicar, Templar, and Kalai, many still cling to the fleeting customs and trappings of the old ways. The various tribes remain intact only to remind the Protoss of the follies of their past. With the ascension of the Judicator as a ruling caste above all Protoss, the old dilemma of tribal separation no longer threatens the greater society. The most distinguishable aspect of the tribes is that each sect of Protoss has its own unique skin shades, ranging from mottled grey to a dark aphotic blue. Aura. Caste Judicator. Station Conclave Praetor Guard. Tribal colour red. The Aura is a relatively young tribe by Protoss standards. They were the first group to rally behind the vision of caste for a unified race after the ending of the Aeon of Strife. The youthful enthusiasm of the Aura helped to promote the mandates of the Kala and ease the fragmented tribes into a lasting peace. The Aura maintains the power within the Judicator caste and thus controls who proceeds within the ruling conclave. In light of recent events, the Aura hold to the tenet that the Zerg should be the greatest concern of the Protoss and that humanity should be left to its own fate. Akalai. Caste Templar. Station High Templar Command. Tribal colour green. The Akalai represent the strongest fighting force within Protoss society. The Akalai dominated the other tribes for hundreds of years during the Aeon of Strife, but quickly saw that the caste's vision of unity heralded a bold new age for their race. Entrusted with protecting the home world of Ayer, the Akalai have stalwartly upheld their charge for generations. Led by the powerful High Templar, the Akalai command the might of all Protoss Templar at war. Although extremely loyal, the Akalai have recently argued with their Judicator superiors that humanity should be saved from the Zerg threat, not arbitrarily destroyed because of it. Shilak. Caste Judicator. Station Librarians. Keepers of the Khadarian Crystals. Tribal colour white. The Shilak tribe was the tribe closest to the ancient Xel'Naga race. Therefore, they were appointed by the Judicator to study and protect the powerful Khadarian crystals that empower the awesome technologies of the Protoss. The Shilak, intrigued by the legacy of the Xel'Naga, continuously study their ancient texts. Although the Judicator have banned all Xel'Naga teachings, the Shilak are still allowed access to the archives. The Judicator hope that the Shilak can unravel the mysteries of the Xel'Naga and thus expand their knowledge through the Kala. Sargus. Caste Templar. Station Enforcers/Assassins. Tribal colour blue. Easily the most notorious of the tribes, the Sargus have offered a tenuous allegiance to the Judicator conclave. Much like the Venator before them, the Sargus continually fight to override the effects of the Kala upon their tribe. Obsessed with holding onto the free will and tribal that the Sargus are extremely adept at the arts of killing. Thus, their members have been made the official assassins of the Protoss, deftly eradicating any dissidents or enemies with the ancient grace of their hunter race. It has been noted that more Dark Templars stem from the Sargas tribe than from any other. Auriga caste Templar station protectors of the Great Fleet. Tribal color orange. Charged with servicing and operating the massive carrier ships and orbiters that protect the spaceways of Ire, the Auriga tribe have never faltered in its duty to the Conclave. Tens of thousands of years ago, they were the first to construct sailing ships that they boldly launched upon the furious seas of Ire. Captivated with the thrill of driving their vessels into the unknown, the Auriga stand ever ready to combat any threat that might loom above the Protoss homeworld. Phalanx caste Kalai station weaponsmiths and technologists. Tribal color purple. Even though the Phalanx tribe reviles warfare of any kind, they can be counted upon to defend their homeworld with savagery and honor. For generations, the Phalanx have served their race as weaponsmiths and builders, obsessed with merging the sacred energies of the Kadaran crystals with modern technologies. They revel in their progressive crafts. The greatest feats of the Phalanx smiths are the revolutionary power suits of the Zealots and the powerful Dragoon exoskeletons. Roster of heroes. Arcturus Mensk, male Terran, age 38, former Confederate prospector, leader of the Sons of Coral. Arcturus was once a successful prospector for the Confederate government, although his homeworld Coral 4 was a hotbed of civil violence and anti-Confederate sentiment. Arcturus served his government with courage and honor. As the civil turmoil reached the boiling point on Coral, the Confederates launched a salvo of Apocalypse-class nuclear missiles at the inflamed colony. Coral 4 was devastated, leaving Arcturus with only ghosts of the family and life he once knew. He immediately resigned his prospector commission and vowed to bring down the Confederate government that destroyed his life. Gathering many of the survivors of the Coral catastrophe, Arcturus founded a militant terrorist group known as the Sons of Coral to aid him in bringing down the hated Confederates. Jim Raynor, male Terran, age 29, former colonial marshal, commander in the Sons of Coral, an ex-Confederate marshal. Jim Raynor is now a loyal supporter of the anti-Confederate organization led by Arcturus Mensk. Raynor spent many years keeping the peace on the colony of Marsara, but as Confederate enforcements became increasingly harsh, Raynor decided to join up with the Sons of Coral. Although he is new to the movement, Raynor has proven himself to be a dynamic leader, and he is well liked and respected by the troops under his command. Despite his often sarcastic demeanor, Jim is fiercely loyal to the Sons of Coral and will put it all on the line without hesitation. Sarah Kerrigan, female Terran, age 26, former Confederate assassin, second in command of the Sons of Coral. Brought into the Confederate Ghost program as a child, Kerrigan was never given the chance for a normal life. The neural processing treatments that were used to dampen and pacify her latent psychic powers left her a withdrawn and introverted young girl. Forced to murder countless enemies of her Confederate masters, Kerrigan was finally exposed to a series of clandestine experiments conducted by the Confederate government. During a raid on a remote Terran outpost, Arcturus Mensk discovered and rescued Kerrigan from the Confederate scientists. The Confederates had ruined both their lives, and it was a simple matter to convince the young woman to lend her formidable combat skills to his cause. Although Kerrigan is often called upon to be an executioner, she has never fully embraced the darker aspects of her true nature. Edmund Duke, male Terran, age 53, Confederate General, Alpha Squadron Division. General Edmund Duke has been a stalwart defender of the Confederacy for over 40 years, motivated by his love for power and control rather than any heartfelt political affiliation. Duke has earned a reputation for running things by the book. His long years of service with Alpha Squadron have left him with extensive tactical experience, making him one of the greatest military minds in the Terran sector. Despite his abilities, Duke's ego and insufferable pride often lead to hostile confrontations with those under his command. Aldaris, Protoss, age 740, Judicator, advisor to Kobrulu Expeditionary Force. Aldaris is a strong believer in the Protoss vision of the new beginning. He holds the virtues of communal achievements and selfless honor above all things. Aldaris is charged with watching over Tassidar's command of the Expeditionary Force and is quick to chastise the younger Protoss for his mistakes. Aldaris has no compunction against branding those who do not conform to Protoss dogma as heretics and traitors. Zeratul, Protoss, aged 634, Praetor of the Dark Templar, assassin and adventurer. Like all of his dark brethren, Zeratul was banished from the Protoss homeworld long ago for refusing to submit his will to the communal glory of the Khala. Because of this, Zeratul harbours a deep-seated hatred for the Protoss Conclave and the Judicator caste who were responsible for his wrongful exile. Zeratul is proud and noble, but is marked by a dark and tragic aura. Although he is secretive and calculating, Zeratul is extremely honourable and would gladly risk everything to defend his long-lost homeworld of Ire. Phoenix, Protoss, age 397, Templar, Praetor of the Protoss Defense Forces. Phoenix rose up through the Templar ranks alongside his friend Tassadar. He is both cunning and powerful and has fought against the enemies of the Protoss in countless battles. Capable of strong empathy and tremendous rage, Phoenix has long been one of Tassadar's greatest supporters. Phoenix is distrustful of Aldaris and the Judicator caste, and thus relies only upon the honour of his fellow Templar warriors and his unparalleled skill in the theatre of battle. Tassadar, Protoss, age 356, High Templar, executor of the Kobrulu expedition. Tassadar exemplifies the growing rift within Protoss society, born into a new generation that looks ahead to a dynamic future. Tassadar is frustrated by the stoic view that his elders hold of the past. Tassadar feels that the unbending nature of the Protoss and their inability to re-evaluate ancient traditions will be the doom of his race. Fascinated by the power and mysticism of the renegade Dark Templar caste, Tassadar hopes to find some way to bridge the gap between these exiles and his masters. The Overmind, bodiless entity, age unknown, master of the Zerg swarms. Created several millennia ago by the enigmatic Xel Naga, the Overmind represents the collective consciousness of the Zerg race. Believing that it exists to become the perfect life form by assimilating the strongest species in the universe, the Overmind is obsessed with its sacred mission. Brilliant and cunning in the extreme, the Overmind will stop at nothing to ensure its success. The Overmind has the deepest respect for the Protoss, whom it believes to be the greatest species it has sought to conquer. The inevitable conflict with the Protoss will be its ultimate test. Dagoth, Zerg Cerebrate, age unknown, master of the Tiamat brood. Like all Cerebrates, Dagoth was created to help the Overmind keep control of the Zerg broods. Commanding the largest Zerg brood, Tiamat Dagoth serves the Overmind with ferocity and valor. Dagoth is easily one of the strongest-willed Cerebrates, often advising other Cerebrates as to how they might best serve the Overmind. Zaj, Zerg Cerebrate, age unknown, master of the Garm brood. Zaj is one of the most clever Cerebrates who never ceases to question his fellows. Zaj is driven to know all that he can about the other Cerebrates so that they might all work together efficiently. However, Zaj's snivelling nature often disturbs his fellows, who find him to be somewhat unstable. Although Zaj is irritating, he is absolutely loyal to the Overmind and the sacred mission of his race. Finally, the end. So, I think I can cancel the alarm now. Delete. Close that down. Play. Here we go, finally. I'm not sure if the music is copyright. There we go. The intro.
I can't see a thing, Jim. Well, hold on. I swear, it's always some damn thing. Wait, got it. Ah, hell, this thing ain't gonna hold. Shut up. Damn, you're ugly. You girls strapped in nice and tight now. Tighter than your mama leg. That's a good one, man. Locked in and cruising.
What you got for me out there, Joey Ray?
We got Terran for sure. I don't know about the rest. Sure, I don't know about the rest. We got a big old buttload of floating debris out here. Woo-wee! We hit pay dirt this time for sure. Explain to me, how are we gonna get all this home? I'm detached and moving toward the derelict spacecraft. Damn it, Jim. Video's out again.
Well, quit picking at it.
I ain't picking at it, damn it. I'm out here with a hitch in my caddy up in here and there slapping your jacks. Hold on, I got visual. Get the damn boat, you son of a back! I'm behind the ship! I'm behind you, Jim!
Okay. Episode 1. Terran. Oh, right. Dope. Don't know how to read that.
Welcome to Marsara, Magistrate.
Whoops. Okay, here we go. Terran Campaign, Rebel Yell. In the decades since the end of the Guild Wars, the oppressive Terran Confederacy has stood unchallenged in its supremacy over colonized space. All of that changed 4 days ago when a large alien fleet emerged from warp space and laid waste to the unsuspecting Confederate colony of Chowsara. The Confederacy, fearing that the alien fleet's next target will be the colony of Marsara, has sent you to intervene. Acting as magistrate, you're to safeguard the colonists and keep their state of panic from escalating any further. Boot Camp, Office of the Colonial Magistrate, Marsara Colony, 225 SCT.
Welcome to Marsara, Magistrate. The equipment demonstration you requested is prepared and may be initiated at your convenience. Simply select Start to begin the demonstration. You may skip the demonstration by selecting Skip Tutorial.
As well do it.
The T-280 SCV is the cornerstone of our hostile environment construction and resource gathering operations.
Roger that.
In order to build a thriving colony, numerous SCVs are necessary. You can build additional SCVs at a command center.
Select the command center. Click on Build SCV.
SCV good to go,
In
sir.
order to equip additional personnel, you must have enough supply depots to support them. You can use SCVs to build additional supply depots.
Select an SCV.
Orders, Captain?
Click on the Build Structure button. Move, stop, attack, repair, gather, build. Command Center, Supply Depot, Refinery.
Job's finished.
Magistrate, our stockpile of minerals has run out. Select an SCV and use the Gather command on the crystals to collect more minerals.
I read you. Affirmative.
It is these blue crystals that are the source of minerals. Use your SCVs to gather additional minerals.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Build 3 supply depots, build a refinery, gather 100 Vespine gas.
SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Job's finished. Orders received. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir? Right away, sir.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Affirmative. SCV good to go, sir. Job's finished.
The refinery processes raw Vespine gas, converting it into a form which your SCVs can gather.
SCV good to go, sir. Right away, sir.
This concludes the equipment demonstration. There will now be a fully catered reception at Marsara Base.
Wasteland, Office of the Colonial Magistrate, Marsara Colony.
Adjutant online. Good evening, Magistrate. I'll fill you in on what's been happening. Confederate traffic has increased substantially within the system due to the recent Protoss destruction of the Chow Sara colony. The Confederates have tightened security on all outlying systems, and it's likely that this colony will be locked down as well. An encrypted Confederate transmission came for you while you were at dinner. Replaying transmission.
Greetings, Magistrate. I'm General Edmund Duke of the Confederate Security Forces Alpha Squadron. The Confederacy has quarantined this entire planet, and we'll proceed with a lockdown within 48 hours. You're to relocate your core colonists to the outlying wastelands. Now, I know there won't be any problems with these new arrangements.
Transmission ended. I have contacted the local marshal, James Rayner. Rayner has agreed to meet your personnel en route and escort them to the new wasteland site.
Okay, objectives: find Rainer, build a barracks, train 10 Marines.
Jacked up and good to go.
Can't believe we're being sent to the wasteland. These Confederates think they can push anybody around.
Standing by. Go, go, go. Let's move. Outstanding. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Howdy, boys. I'm Jim Rayner, marshal of these parts.
Let's move. Rock and roll. Let's move.
I read you. Orders received.
Jacked up and good to go.
I read you. Orders received. Affirmative. Yes, sir?
Not enough minerals.
Roger that. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir? Job's finished. I read you. SCV good to go, sir. Roger that.
Anytime you're ready. Sounds fun. Right on. Rainer here. Sounds fun. This should be good.
Orders, Captain? Job's finished.
Infantry units such as Marines can be trained at this facility.
You want a piece of me, boy? 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 You want a piece of me, boy?
Backwater Station, Office of the Colonial Magistrate.
Receiving incoming transmission. Comlink established.
Hey, what's up, man? Got your refugees tucked in nice and tight. Providing you can sidestep any more surprises from our Confederate friends and we can keep them away from those critters, they should have an easy time.
Priority alert. Backwater station under attack by unknown alien organisms. Distress beacon activated at 0658. Alerting Confederate headquarters on Tarsonis. Stand by for incoming transmission.
We've already received the distress beacon from Backwater, and we'll take care of it. You just sit tight. You'll be notified if there's anything we think you need to know.
Damn! Listen, if we wait for Confederate reinforcements, that station's dust. I'll head out there now and do what I can. You send in some militia, and we'll save those folks. Trust me.
Okay, so objectives: eradicate the alien infestation. Raynor must survive.
Glad to see you, boys. Time to kick some serious butt.
Can I read you? Yes, sir? SCV good to go, sir. Orders received.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Affirmative. SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative. Job's finished. Can I read you? Orders received. Reporting for duty.
Give me something to shoot. Let's move. Go, go, go. Let's move.
Job's finished. Can I read you? Orders received. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir? Right away, sir.
Give me something to shoot.
Not enough minerals.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Orders received.
You want a piece of me, boy?
SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative.
Jacked up and good to go. You want a piece of me, boy? Give me something to shoot. You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up and good to go. You want a piece of me, boy? Commander? You want a piece of me, boy? Commander? You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding.
Upgrade complete.
Commander, rock and roll. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Rock and roll. Let's move. Go, go, go. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Let's move. Outstanding. Standing by. Rock and roll. Let's move. Rock and roll. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Upgrade complete.
Let's move. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Thanks for the rescue. We've been holed up in these bunkers for days hiding from the Zerg. Yes, sir?
Jacked up and good to go. Rock and roll.
I read you. Affirmative.
Standing by. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Need a light. Let's move.
Oh yeah, so we're the blues, and then the purple humans are Nova Squadron. So they're part of the Confederacy. And then the red humans are... Oh wait, maybe they're purple too.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, because the purples and the reds are enemies, because one is Confederate and the other is pirate.
Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Orders, Captain? Orders received. Reporting for duty. I read you. Roger that. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Orders received. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Orders, Captain? Orders received. I read you. Reporting for duty. Right away, sir. I read you. Orders, Captain?
Fire it up. You got it. Slamming. You got it. Give me something to shoot. Go, go, go. Want to the lead. You got my attention. Slamming. You got it. Slamming. Let's burn. Naturally. Slamming. Go, go, go. You got my attention. Let's burn. Naturally. Something to shoot. Want to turn the lead. Naturally. Slamming. Naturally.
Your forces are under attack.
You got it. Slamming. Let's burn. Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Let's move. Outstanding. Let's move. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Let's move. Go, go, go. What the hell did they do to that command center? Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Outstanding. You want a piece of me, boy? Need a light? You want a piece of me, boy? Need a light? You got my attention.
Add-on complete.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Add-on complete.
Need a light? You got my attention. You want a piece of me, boy? Need a light?
Upgrade complete.
You want a piece of me, boy? Need a light? You want a piece of me, boy? Need a light? Yes. Slamming. Let's burn. Slamming. Let's burn. Slamming. Naturally. Slamming. Let's burn. Naturally. Let's burn.
Receiving incoming transmission.
Marshal Rayner, by destroying the vital Confederate installation, you and your men have violated standing colonial law. As of right now, you're all under arrest. I suggest you throw down your weapons and come peaceably.
Are you out of your mind? If we hadn't burned that damn factory, this entire colony could have been overrun. Maybe if you hadn't taken your sweet time in getting here.
Now, I asked you nice the first time, boy. I didn't come here to talk with you. Now throw down them weapons.
Guess you wouldn't be a Confederate if you weren't a complete pain in the ass.
Hey, Sarge, why we always gotta listen to this shit for anyway?
'Cause I'm in charge, that's why.
Oh, it don't seem like no good kind of reason to me. Possibly anyway. Hey, what's that?
Hold on a minute, a second.
Steamroller! Looks like you mashed some poor fella's dog, Sarge.
It's a Zerglin, Lester. Smaller type of Zerg. They wouldn't be out this far unless... Oh, shit.
I love you, Sarge.
Desperate Alliance, Office of the Colonial.
Receiving incoming transmission. Comlink established.
I got your message, Magistrate. And frankly, I don't care what you have to say about Confederate regulations. You damn fringe world yokels are all alike. Don't know where your loyalties lie. Y'all have a real good day now, you hear?
Transmission ended. The report you requested is ready. 16 outland stations have reported sightings of the alien invaders identified as Zerg. The Confederates have arrested all standing militia forces and continue to avoid action against the Zerg. 3 stations have fallen to the Zerg already. We've been unable to locate any source of military relief except the extremist faction known as the Sons of Korhal. Their liaison is holding online.
Good day, Magistrate. My name is Arcturus Mansk, and I represent the Sons of Korhal. You're familiar with the Confederate propaganda surrounding my group, but your reputation suggests you'll see past it. It's never been our practice to operate in any one place for long, but these Zerg don't look like they're going to wait. I'm going to make you an offer, Magistrate. I'd like to help you out by sending down a number of transports to your colony and evacuating any survivors. You know, of course, that my organization operates outside the bounds of Confederate law. That's why they spread their lies and misinformation. If you decide to accept our help, you'll be branded as an outlaw too. But it's a chance to save those people. Time to make a stand, Magistrate.
Ending transmission. Priority alert. Evacuation zone under attack by Zerg forces. Distress beacon activated at 12:20.
Okay, survive for 30 minutes.
Hey, this thing's on fire! You ought to send an SCV out here to repair it. He can fix my bike up too while he's at it. Affirmative. Yes, sir? Orders, Captain?
Standing by. We can take cover in these bunkers if things get too dicey. to shoot. Jacked up and good to go. Commander, standing by. Jacked up and good to go.
I read you. I read you, sir.
Commander,
Yes, sir? Something on your mind? Oh, is that it? I read you.
give me something to shoot. Go, go, go.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir? Right away, sir.
Standing by.
SCV
Go,
good
go,
to go,
go.
sir. What are you on? Reporting for duty. Roger that.
Not enough minerals.
Job's finished. SCV good to go, sir. I read you. Orders received.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Affirmative. I read you.
Base is under attack.
SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. I read you. Orders received. Orders, Captain? SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Job's finished. Yes, sir? Job's finished. Orders, Captain?
Not enough minerals.
Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Job's finished.
sir? Job's finished. Jacked up and good to go. Reporting for duty. Roger that. Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Give me something to shoot. Outstanding. Job's finished.
Base is under
Reporting
attack.
for duty. Right away, sir. Orders received. Jacked up and good to go. You want a piece of me, boy? Give me something to shoot.
Something on your mind?
Reporting for duty. Job's finished. Orders, Captain? I read you.
Not enough minerals. Base is under attack.
SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. I read you. Job's finished. I read you.
Yeah? What do you want?
Reporting for duty. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Orders received. Right away, sir. Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Job's finished.
Upgrade complete.
I read you. Job's finished.
Not enough minerals.
Reporting for duty. Roger that. Right away, sir. Orders, Captain? I read you. Roger that. Job's finished.
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
Orders received. I read you.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
I read you, sir.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir.
I read you, sir. Something on your mind? What do you want?
Reporting for duty.
Research complete.
Yes, sir? I read you. Yes, sir? Reporting for duty.
complete.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
Yes, sir.
Ten minutes until dropship arrival. Research complete.
Orders received. Roger that.
Yeah?
I read you.
What are you on? Yeah, I'm going.
I read you. I read you. Affirmative. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
5 minutes until dropship arrival.
Yes, sir? Orders, Captain? Right away, sir.
Base is under attack.
Report for duty. You want a piece of me, boy?
Yeah? Oh, is that it?
You want a piece of me, boy?
I read you, sir.
Your forces are under attack.
Something on your mind?
Piece of me, boy.
Base is under attack.
Orders, Captain?
Your forces are under attack.
You want a piece of me, boy?
1 minute until dropship arrival. Your forces are under attack.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yeah? I dig.
Base is under attack.
Oh, is that it? I dig.
Sons of Korhal dropships approaching.
Strap yourselves in, boys.
Jacob's installation.
Your tenure as Colonial Magistrate is suspended, pending an official investigation of your affiliation with the Sons of Korhal. Receiving incoming transmission.
Hey, man. Arcturus's boys sprung me from the prison ship. Apparently they're as frustrated with the Confederates as we are. I know their reputation, but they seem to be on the level. I think Arcturus wanted to speak with you.
Commander, Mar Sara is almost completely overrun by the Zerg. The Confederates are abandoning the planet, and so are we. However, there is one thing I'd like to do before we leave. I want you to raid this colony's Confederate outpost and retrieve whatever design or weapons schematics that you can find in their networks. With the chaos of the Confederates' evacuation, you shouldn't have any trouble getting in or out of their installation.
I'm into it.
Okay, retrieve data disks from the Confederate network. Winner must survive. Okay, I think I'll save it. Alright, I'm getting tired now, so I think I'll stop the stream and get some sleep, and then I'll continue tomorrow.